Welcome everyone, council, administration, and viewers to the April 22nd regular council meeting. I call the meeting to order at 1 p.m. and I would ask for added items, and Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I have an added item for Section 17 under, this will be under closed session. Disclosure harmful to business interests of a third-party wastewater commission.
Thank you, Deputy Ryan. Are there any further added items? All right, seeing none, I would ask for a motion, please, as amended. Yes, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that the regular council meeting agenda for Monday, April 22, 2024 at 1 p.m. be accepted as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Adoption that was the, okay, thank you. Adoption of the agenda as amended.
Yes.
Thank you. Previous minutes. Yeah. You just did the added item only, didn't you? Or did you do the, yes, okay, so I would ask for a motion, please, for the adoption of the agenda then, as amended? Or did you do it all together?
No, I did it all
Sorry,
together.
I was reading.
Adoption
I
of
missed
the-
that. My apologies. Okay, we're moving down to item 2, please. Regular council meeting minutes of April 8th. Yeah, we did vote. Yes, we did vote. Yeah, it's all voted. Thank you, Councillor Blatz. All right. I'll slow down and we'll all get on page here. Regular council meeting minutes, April 8th. I'm asking council for consensus. Do you have consensus or questions? I see consensus. So the regular council meeting minutes of April 8th have consensus by all council. Moving down to public hearings at this time. So we are at page 7 of our agenda, item 3A, and it is 2024-11 Land Use Bylaw 0123 Amendment. We will start with a public hearing at this time. I will call the public hearing open at 1:03 p.m. Before I move forward, do we have anyone in the gallery that is here for the public hearing? Very good. Thank you. I declared the public hearing open. I will now ask the development officer to explain the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw. Who will be speaking, C.A.O. Williams?
Okay, well, it looks like in the absence of Mr. Sloan right now, I will give a brief introduction and then let the gallery speak. So council gave first reading to proposed bylaw 2024-11 in March. Before us today is the public hearing along with a proposal for 2 subsequent readings. This bylaw amendment does several things, the 3 largest of which concern changes to our high-density housing areas. And those 3 areas are parking relaxations to the minimums, height restrictions, increases to the height restrictions, maximums, and reduction to the green space requirements. So what has changed since council first saw this bylaw is the green space, that after receiving notification, we did adjust the language, which originally said 30% down to 15%. We had some excellent feedback from some people very familiar with green space and stormwater mitigation, and we decided to alter that. So what you'll see before you, as was communicated via email, was 25% minimum lot space, with the option to vary down to 15 should various natural or engineering controls be put in place. So outside of that, I'll bring up Planner Sloan to Planner Sloan to discuss the results of the public engagement and what we have before us today.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mike is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My apologies for stepping in the door a little late. I'm not sure exactly where the CAO began, but I can just start from the beginning and go through.
He did do a description and prefix, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Proposed bylaw amendment 2024-11 is part of the town's ongoing efforts to facilitate more housing development and affordable housing development in Olds. All of these proposed amendments stem from conversations with prospective developers. And if approved, we feel that they could result in dozens or hundreds of new units within the first year or two alone. Most of these would be in the 1 or 2 bedroom type developments, which according to the housing needs assessment that we did, including a community survey, that was the most in demand and undersupplied type of housing in the community. So the first piece is regarding the landscaping, so I will actually skip that one because I heard the CAO speaking to that. The second proposed amendment is to increase the height limit in a few zoning land use districts. The 2 highway commercial districts, which are currently at 10 meters, and they're proposed to go up to 22 meters, and as well as in the R3 district for apartments in particular. The current zone, or the current height requirement, depends on the number of floors that is being proposed, and there's 3 different possible height limits. We're changing that to a blanket 22 meters to match the highway commercial and to simplify things. The third amendment is reduced parking minimums for apartment-style residential. Olds currently has among the highest that we've found in the province at 1.75 stalls per unit. A number of developers were saying that they're looking at developing smaller units. So and hearing that from them and doing research in the province, a number of municipalities do, for apartments, take the number of bedrooms in a unit into consideration. And we're mirroring what we've seen with that, with a proposal to reduce it to 1 stall for about 1-bedroom units and studios, 1.25 for 2 bedrooms, and 1.5 stalls per unit for 3 bedrooms and up. After that, we're looking at adding apartments and multiplex as discretionary uses in the highway commercial districts. Some developments and proposed redevelopments that we're hearing about would be wholly residential. And right now, that's not a possibility in the highway commercial districts. We allow mixed-use development with commercial and some residential, but these developments would only be residential, and it can't be approved by administration or council. So we're looking at adding these residential uses to those highway commercial districts as discretionary uses, because we do still want, they are commercial districts, we do still want to have a bit more control over what types of residential developments get approved in highway commercial. But in making them discretionary, we are able to help work with developers to get some of these projects moving forward. Similarly, number 5 is adding apartments and multiplexes as permitted uses in the C1 Central Commercial District. This district comprises an area much larger than what we'd physically see as the commercial core of Uptown Olds. There's a lot of the C1 district is residential right now, and all residential uses are discretionary at the moment. The Uptown Area Redevelopment Plan calls for higher density residential uses on the periphery of the commercial core. And we are seeing applications come in for this type of development. Being discretionary right now, they all have to come to council. Administration cannot approve any of them. In moving that to permitted, we would be able to work with them to speed up the process to get these developments underway. As it is, the size of the C1 district, there isn't the demand to fill that district entirely with commercial uses, even at the ground floor, which is the type of mixed use that is that the area redevelopment plan has been seeking for a decade. But as it also says, to promote residential development on the periphery of the commercial core, this change aligns with the plan in that way. Number 6 is changing the definition of multiplex. It currently is for buildings that contain 3 to 8 units. And we have heard of some developers looking to do multiplexes that would be higher than 8 units. So in changing the definition to just say 3 or more units allows more flexibility and a greater variety of proposals to come forward. Outside of the purely residential components, this bylaw amendment also proposes to change the parking regulations for commercial daycares. One of the developers we're working with said for the daycare that they're proposing in their mixed-use development, they'd be required to have 30 parking spaces for that daycare because it takes into consideration the number of children that that would attend there, even though those parking spaces would really be for pickup and drop off, not all day. The children aren't driving there. So the proposed change is to accommodate the staff to make sure that they have permanent parking spaces, but understanding that the pickup and drop off does not need a parking space to be accommodated. So the recommendation, once there's a public hearing, is for council to pass second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan, for your explanation. The procedure for the persons that will be addressing council will just be to state their name and address, indicate if they are speaking on their own behalf or for a client, company, or citizen group. I will now call a public hearing for first time for those in support of the proposed bylaw. Those in support? Very good. I will now call first time for those that are opposed to the proposed bylaw. Yes. Please take the stand, and the mic has to be turned on. If you could please state your name and your address and indicate who you're speaking on behalf.
My name is Rena Quinton, and my address that I'm talking about is 5126 51st Street, and it's owned by my company, 1355870 Alberta Limited. So, I think you all got a letter from me, and firstly, I apologize for it coming in so late. I was spurred on from a previous letter I got from the town regarding development that's going in across the street, or proposed development. So when I started to review things, more came to light to me. And I don't know if I have it all accurate. Kyle has been very good with answering my questions and shaking his head, and he's been awesome to work with. So I thank him for that. So my concern is that because of what I've seen come through on the letter for the development across the street, I didn't feel it was correctly portrayed to what was going to happen there. So when I seen in the newspaper on Tuesday that you guys were going to look at, or it's proposed to look at, the changing from discretionary use in C1 for these developments to permitted use, I feel that we still need you. That is largely an area of affordable housing already. It's not high-density housing so much at this point. There is 3 apartment buildings there. One's a condo, and I think the other 2 are like rental apartment buildings. Both of them happen to be on corners, on big lots. Or 2 out of the 3, I'm sorry, are. One is not on a corner. So I just don't want to see you guys lose the opportunity to have a say. Developers are going to come knocking on our door, which is great. There is nothing wrong with that. But the people of Olds, they need affordable housing that does have a backyard to it, that the kids can play in. They can have a garden. They can have a garage. A 58 by 120 yard is hard to, even for me to imagine, a 4-story coming in between 2 homes, one that was just bought within this year for those people. And 8 apartments. You're at 10 parking stalls as it is, and I would have felt that that was based on our old rules because nothing's been passed yet. So we're already putting variances in and giving forgiveness to make it more lucrative for the developers. And are we forgetting about the people that live there, the seniors that have lived there forever, the couple that are trying to buy a house? We're no different than every community. We have a housing problem. I understand that. Some of the communities have a housing problem and they don't even have other land. We have lots of residential land that's ready to be developed, that has area structure plans on it, that is considering the high-density housing. So I just, like I said, if we could even leave it as discretionary use for another 10 years, just so that you guys have a say, have something in it. It's not just an easy slide through that people like me, and it seems like only me, I don't understand it. I've come out for this. I've never done anything like this, and I'm not portraying I know any of the ins and outs, because I do not. I just care to speak up. If others can't make it here or don't have an understanding of it, I sell real estate. I had the opportunity to pull land titles, to get the information on it, and then I went out and I talked to the people that it was going to affect, and they were dumbfounded by it. So if I can be a voice, I'm only here for myself, but I would like to believe I'm a voice for a lot of people, and thank you guys for taking the time to hear it from not a developer's standpoint, from somebody who cares about the community and wants the best for all, not just me, for all people, the developers included. Just maybe there's a better place for them to go, and if you guys can hold on to your discretionary use on things, boy, I don't think there's any rush to change it personally. I think we're getting bombarded with a lot right now, so thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to just wait a moment, I will ask my council if there's, I don't see anybody else in the gallery, so I'll just move right down to asking my council for comments right now then,
Sure.
while you're here.
Yep.
Does council have any questions or comments? Councillor Walsh.
Yeah, I think Ms. Bateman's made a great point that giving away our discretion on some of this development, and especially in developed areas, I think we need to really look at seriously. So that's my thinking coming into this council meeting. So I'm just hoping we all think along that route.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. He has no questions for you at this time, so you're welcome to be seated.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? No? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much for your comments, ma'am. Once again, I'll ask Mr. Sloan if he has any final comments. Deputy Mayor Ryan, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to find out from you, Mayor Dahl, if we were able to comment on other things, because I didn't have a comment with the lady, but I did have a comment with regards to, or a question of Mr. Sloan.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is your opportunity. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sloan, I just have a question on getting back to the daycare parking. Now, I understand the idea behind it, and it's, you know, it's sound, obviously. However, I'm just wondering if there is requirement within the full area where it does talk about daycare, for them to have a stall or two for them to drop off and pick up children, because I know they have to, you know, they'll pull it up to the door or whatever, and they'll need to have, you know, they're going to stop the car, get their children out. So there will be some, you don't want them to block the drive area. So is there a part of that bylaw that has a drop-off pickup spot or two for these people that are dropping off their children?
Thank you. There's currently not any wording in the bylaw that requires that. What I have seen in the past is that some of the permanent parking spaces that are available for the other commercial users on the property would say daycare pickup and drop off only from these times. And then like during the middle of the day, it's available for the other businesses, but that's not something that we have written anywhere in the bylaw.
Okay, supplemental, Mayor Dahl?
Certainly, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And so is there anything for, with requirement for visitor parking as well in that area?
No, sorry, there is not any requirement for that.
Thank you. Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And a quick question for Mr. Sloan. These land use bylaw amendments that we're seeing, you mentioned earlier that this is in consultation with the people who actually want to build the housing that we need in the town. And that's great. I understand, though, at some point we're going to have a land use bylaw review of the entire bylaw in every section in every part of town, which would be that comprehensive thing where we can sit down at that point and say, okay, this is the general rules that we want to see throughout the entire town, rather than these specific ones that are going to aid development right now when we're in this crunch for land. So do we have a timeline through administration on when we can facilitate that complete review of the land use bylaw, just so that everybody knows that this is more of the temporary fix to get the housing built that we need today? The land use bylaw review is going to be that overall policy document to stretch into the future and the guidance for future council.
Thank you, Councillor Cummings, and Mr. Sloan can supplement, but council has approved the stage one, the smaller piece of the land use bylaw review in this year's budget. The larger piece will go for council consideration for budget 2025. So theoretically, it would commence in earnest early part of next year for a conclusion at the end of 2025. And as you alluded to, too, like this is if you follow municipal news, which perhaps you do or don't, land use bylaw reviews are very common right now and driven by this housing supply issue that we're seeing right now, which obviously has a lot of different factors leading into it. But this is exactly what that is, a measure that we're hearing from the developers to try to get houses built to accommodate the needs here in a way that doesn't adversely affect the community as a whole. Kyle, anything to add to the LUB review? Or?
Only one thing, and that would be that we're looking at combining the project with a more minor review of our municipal development plan, so that when it's done at the same time, and the two guiding documents that we use in planning more than anything kind of don't contradict each other. They speak to each other because it was done as part of one project. So municipal development plan in a small way, and then the larger part of the project we're hoping would be the land use bylaw review.
And sorry, just to add one more thing as it relates to both points added. In change 5, the discretionary to permitted use, So mixed use is envisioned in the ARP, so that's commercial on bottom, for example, residential on top. That is a permitted use right now. So theoretically, as long as it has a commercial on bottom, it wouldn't go to council right now if it came to administration. So if council wants more authority, perhaps you have to claw back some authority as well if you're following that logic. So just so you know what's under permitted use as well at the moment. So.
Thank you very much, CEO Williams. Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Councillor Walsh, did you have a comment on CEO's comment there? I can wait, because I'm going to change topic a bit here.
Councillor Daly, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Councillor Walsham. My apologies.
So I'm going to change it a little bit here under item number 1 on page 19. It mentions the replacing landscape area with a minimum of 25% parcel area landscaped with a further reduced 15% if the development purposes has a stormwater plan. My question or clarification is, do we not ask for a stormwater plan for any new development in the town? In the situation that we're in now, I would think that that would be something that we would add in if we didn't already have it.
Thank you for the question. Yes, in many cases, we are already asking for stormwater plans. This is speaking to if that stormwater plan that is provided by the applicant introduces elements to reduce the flow of stormwater from their property. Like, for instance, we've had some ask if they had on-site retention on the roof of the building so that they could hold that rainwater during a storm and shortly after, and then slowly release it days later, after the initial storm event has passed. That would help mitigate the runoff all occurring at the same time. So certain examples of, it's not just a stormwater management plan, it's a stormwater management plan that goes above and beyond what we would already require.
Go to Councillor Walsh. Are you, go ahead, CEO Williams?
Thank you again. And just to add on to Mr. Sloan's point too, the letters that are in the package that were in support but the landscaping issue, it speaks to things that we do want to investigate in that land use bylaw review because we just don't have the internal expertise nor capacity. So when you speak of certain kinds of flora and fauna that take in stormwater, you talk to engineering controls, a variety of which I'm sure I'm not familiar with, and the one that came to us recently as an idea, that slow release system for the rooftop. So I think even though this is built in here now, we probably won't see a large uptake, but I think it is setting the stage for that review where we can get more expertise involved to tell us what it is. But we did agree with the letters submitted after we discussed it again that given the state of our stormwater issues going under sanitary, it's best to hold off right now and just put this case-by-case analysis in place. So 25% is a reduction, but not substantial.
Thank you for that. Councillor Walsh, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, no problem. I was just curious about the height restrictions on commercial on the bottom and residential on top. Is that going to change also? Or
Thank you. That will change depending on the district. So right now, for instance, in the C1, in the Central Commercial District, we don't have any height requirements, height maximums for any type of development. We currently do have a maximum of 10 meters in the Highway Commercial District, and that's where we're proposing to make that change. It isn't specifically for mixed-use development, but that is largely the reason we're making that change. And then the reason we're making the change in R3 is to make it clearer, but also bring it in line with the other one that we're doing for highway commercial.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Through you to either the CAO or to Development Officer Sloan. I'm zeroing in, I'm going back a little bit. Item number 4 and zeroing in on the use of the word discretionary. Just want to make sure I understand what the implications or the risk and how we would manage that risk if we don't make that change to the request as discretionary in the CH and CHA districts. What is that essentially meaning for future development? Are we essentially shutting that channel down entirely, adding extensive delays? Because for me, I'm trying to balance, and I appreciate the concerns brought forward from Ms. Quinton, and I'm trying to balance that with, as we've all acknowledged, our need for affordable housing and what affordable housing means. I think that definition is changing just about daily. But I'm just wondering, if we don't make that change, what does that mean for potential future development?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It's not do or die. I'm not going to say the council has to do this or can or cannot do this, but I think I was explained in certainly prior to first reading and then during first reading. Discretionary versus permitted use is a form of investor confidence that when developers come to us, and you're right, it is picking up substantially the last year, very few executed projects though, and I would argue the lack of execution is related to this lack of certainty, that we have to hedge our conversations saying, you know, can we build a fourplex here or eightplex here? Yes, but it has to go to council first. And no offense to politicians, developers tend not to like that. I understand it's certainly a process council can control, but in these times of inflation and high building materials, trade shortages, housing needs, they're looking for a bit more certainty. So that was the logic here, that if we can give them more certainty, because they have to spend money prior to it getting into council. Like, for example, an application you'll see soon on Uptown Olds, we had to do some sanitary and stormwater investigations that involve cameraing lines, measuring capacity. That all takes time and therefore takes money too. So this developer did do that, obviously, without that change, but under the auspices of what's coming for consideration. So that's how I would say. It's not essential that you do it, but as you can see in the last, I would argue, 7 years, the Olds has averaged under 25 new housing starts per year. Certainly, I think, in part attributable to the lack of investor confidence in the community when you see nearby towns having better success. So.
UCO Williams, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And I was actually going to ask a very similar question of CEO or of Mr. Sloan, that, I mean, going back to number 5 in particular, with if we do go ahead and approve this today and change this to permitted use as compared to discretionary, are we seeing a lot of interest in changing properties within the Uptown Olds area? Or is it just the surrounding area more than anything? Because when I look around, I don't see an awful lot of space that's available to do such a change. And when you look in certain areas such as Kensington and Calgary or Inglewood, where there's an awful lot of commercial business on the bottom and residential on top, all of those communities, granted bigger populations, are becoming very vibrant communities within a community. I mean, I'm just questioning as to whether we're really going to be seeing a lot of this, or whether we wait for this change until we do the total land use rewrite, land use bylaw rewrite, or, you know, if we need to expedite things. I know other communities are certainly expediting development permits much quicker than Olds is. So that is a concern as well. So I appreciate the comments from Ms. Quinton. I understand that, but my question is really, are we seeing an awful lot of this right now?
Thank you, Councillor Blatz. I'll start and Kyle can finish, because I don't know the specifics. I know before us we have 4 multi-unit development permits that will come to council for mainly variance uses, I believe. Between Uptown ARP and what we call East Olds ARP, so certainly on the Uptown periphery. Yeah, I would say we have at least 30 units, maybe a bit more, under active development permit submissions that just haven't made its way yet. So, yes, there is a lot of interest. And the problem is commercial, as you can see through the vacancy rate in Uptown Olds, commercial is just not there anymore. And that's where the ARP says it. Of course, this is what it wants, but 11 years on from the ARP, that's where the flexibility and reassessment has to take place. But
Ed, Councillor Platts.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Supplemental. That was kind of my point. When I mentioned those two communities in particular in Calgary, I mean, seeing the empty spaces in the commercial downtown core, perhaps if we have more residential that would be within walking distance, and it could accommodate all types of people, attainable housing, seniors, you know, those types of folks that would be looking for downsizing and moving into that type of thing. That could really, in my mind, and I could be misguided, improve the uptown area to where they want to be a vibrant part of the core of our community.
Thank you for that. I would just like to add on that this conversation has been going around the table for a decade here in this council chambers. That now we're faced with the crisis in planning for the future and the planning on high-density housing, but to do it right. But this conversation with regards to having residents commercial bottom, residents top, has been in this community for a very long time, and it just wasn't ready to start. But again, with the crisis and the planning that we're in today, I can certainly understand why we're there. CEO Williams, you had a comment?
yeah, just the final piece, and I'm sure if it was included, I believe in first reading, but even though the Uptown ARP does call for that mixed use in the large swath of Uptown, Section 3.2, Principle 1 does state specifically, encourage infill and densification to bring more activity and people to the redevelopment areas. So that council of 11 years ago even did not prescribe that mixed use. So I would argue, besides, I guess, anecdotally, that more people in a downtown should equal greater small business success. But it's even in council's guiding document that that is the purpose of Uptown going forward. So.
Thank you very much. I will then ask, do you have any further comments? Very good. Councillor Daly.
Okay, I have one more comment in regards to parking. And I just, going back to your comparables that you showed in the chart, and showing going down to the lower rates of parkings per bedroom, do you think that when we look at a apartment building with 2 and 3 bedroom apartments in that 1.25 vehicles per unit is going to suffice enough to keep, I guess, peace in the neighborhood, as far as, because you're pushing all those extra cars out onto the street parking, which also homeowners and previous residents or residents of the community would also have to deal with as well. So I'm just wondering if that's too big of a jump right now, or is this something that we can maybe pare back a bit and maybe not take such a severe cut out of the parking rate?
I'd also like to add, since you're talking parking, I've observed that we have a open town parking lot at the end of the street where there was a conversation in regards to having problem for parking there, and I don't see people using it, and it is available, and we have them in other parts of town. I just wanted to remind the viewers as well that we do have open town parking spaces for Uptown Olds area for people to use parking if their family happens to have more than one vehicle. CA Williams?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And to Councillor Daly's point, certainly I would argue parking is the largest philosophical change right now. And council knows my feelings and opinions, so I will not get back into that. But I think a few points. Developers aren't going to build something they won't be able to rent. If second, in Uptown, given the ample amount of street parking, this is certainly, in my opinion, the lowest consequence of parking relaxations if they do occur and in this area. And if we can't be flexible here, it's difficult to see where else we can be flexible in. And third piece, Mayor Dahl's point that for, let's say, snow events, we do already guide people to those behind Sims Furniture, east of the tracks, Centennial Park, the Sportsplex, the park and town-owned facilities in the uptown core already. And the second piece is that some communities, such as Drumheller, Edmonton, High River, Okotoks, have already gone to zero minimums as well, which is not something we're proposing, but still, I think the private sector and how housing's changing, that I think it's time to try something different, and that's what's before you today. And yeah.
Thank you, CEO Williams. And I understand what you're trying to say, that we are looking for needs to improve the situation of the crisis of housing in our town. Thank you. If there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. Sloan. And I declare the public hearing closed at 1:41 p.m. We will now go back to page 7 of your agenda, please. And I would ask then for second reading, please. Second reading. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that bylaw number 2024-11 be given second reading as presented. Presented, right?
Thank you. Sorry. Your question? Councillor Walsh.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment to that motion, that removing apartments and multiplexes as discretionary use be removed from the amendments. I'm seriously, we've done a lot of changes, height, parking. I think it's incumbent on council to be able to look at these as they come forward. The one in front of us now, they're asking for variances even from this, so I'm, going back even to 2001, when this was discussed, a lot of this was discussed, a lot of things have changed. Cornerstone is one of them. Council's original view was uptown would be the commercial hub of town. It's no longer there. So I think a few comments here that maybe this is too soon. We should be looking at this in a bylaw or land use bylaw. So I'm proposing that this be changed. And I've actually researched Drumheller. We want to go to Drumheller route. It's all paid for parking, downtown, everywhere. And residents need to either get a permit to use that parking, but they have other pressures because it's a tourist town. And we don't have transit like Edmonton or Calgary or some of the bigger centers. So yeah, parking is an issue for our residents, especially in the uptown area. So I'm saying we have a lot of changes here. Let's keep looking at keeping this as a discretionary use. If you want to leave it up to a quad development, fine. I have no problem with that. But when you say 8, then that becomes an issue for residents. People's property rights are important, and enjoyment and use of their property needs to be considered in going forward with some of this stuff. So yeah, I'm proposing the amendment that we remove apartments and multiplexes, keep it as a discretionary use.
Councillor Walsh has an amendment on the floor, and Councillor Cumming, you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've expressed this opinion a few times in the past, and I'll do it again here today because it's really relevant to this. I believe that we are a governance body, and I would rather see less and less often council deciding or making decisions on individual proposals or projects, and focus more on the policy and legislative guidance that we give to our administration. We got to stop making decisions on everything. This particular height of variance or this variance or that variance, it's not it shouldn't be our job. Our job should be having policy, bylaws, regulations in place that we've created that make administration capable of making those decisions in the guidance that we foresee or want to see the town develop into. I'm all for, and we've had this conversation before, when it was direct control areas. I don't believe in direct control areas at all. having every little thing come to council to make a decision on is contrary to the entire concept of governance. So I'm not in favor of the amendment. I'm not in favor, or I am in favor of the changes that we're having here because it gives administration more guidance from us in how we want the town to develop moving into the future.
You. As we're sitting right now, we have an amendment on the floor. Is all council familiar with the amendment that Councillor Walsh has put on the floor? I will now ask for a vote for the amendment. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's defeated. We'll now go back to the main, and now go back to the second reading. And Councillor Blatz has an amendment on the floor, or Councillor Blatz has second reading on the floor. I will now call for the vote for second reading. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I'm looking for third and final reading, please. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that bylaw number 2024-11 be given third reading as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will now call for the vote for third reading. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And thank everyone, Mr. Sloan, as well. We are now going to page 21, please, in your agenda, item 4A, and these are the 2023 Town of Olds audited financial statements. And I'll, Director Linderman.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Jeff Alliston of Metrics Group up to the mic to present our 2023 financial statements. I do want to make a quick note. There have been a couple small changes that were made since the agenda package went out. These changes were made to the notes and do not affect the numbers that are being presented in the statements. Our website will be updated and the new financials will be put up thereafter. But anyways, the notes that were affected were note 22, which was an update of the OFL information. And then Schedule 5, segmented information. It was just a small change to adding the amortization into the totals. And I will hand it over to Jeff.
All right. This is kind of, anyways. Yeah, thanks for having me. No worries. Thanks for having me here today. I had my first time presenting to council here, so anyways, it's nice to meet everybody. My name is Jeff Alston. I'm a partner with Metrics Group, so responsible for the audit services for the town for the fiscal year ended 2023. So usually to begin these presentations, I like to give a bit of an overview of an audit, really the importance of it and why we have it. And it's really to enhance the degree of confidence of the intended users of these financial statements. So the main users of these financial statements being yourselves as councillors, ratepayers, Province of Alberta Municipal Affairs, so those organizations or individuals with a vested interest in the financial performance of the town. This is achieved by us as auditors expressing an opinion. So what that means is that we're giving assurance that the financial statements are free from a material misstatement. So that is, in turn, as auditors, we're seeking reasonable assurance. So it's a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute. So we do not audit every transaction that happened during the year. Also, as auditors, we exercise professional judgment, maintain professional skepticism, so a questioning mind, stay alert to conditions which may indicate possible misstatement. So areas such as cutoff, we want to make sure that transactions have been recorded in the correct period. We also want to make sure revenue is being recognized in accordance with services being rendered or any performance obligations that are tied to the money, or amounts of grants. And as well as collectability of receivables. So do you have any receivables that are deemed to be uncollectible? Should there be allowance associated with those? And then a critical assessment of audit evidence. So has any evidence been altered? Have we obtained information from a third party directly? Or is the information obtained by management to be valid? So when it comes to your financial statements, on page 3 or 4 is our auditor's report. So at the top there, we indicate that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position, results of operations in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the same standards that all local governments and the government organizations across Canada report under. The next part of the financial statement talks about the basis for opinion. There, we note that the audit was conducted in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. So auditing standards are the same across Canada. So if you're a publicly traded company and not-for-profit organization in the town of Olds, auditing standards are the same. It's the reporting framework that can be different. When it comes to responsibility of management, those charged with governance, just to note for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements, and then auditor's responsibility in turn outlines a summary, which is our objective, which is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. This next slide here is a snapshot of where the town was at as at December 31, 2023. You'll see your cash position was up about $5 million year over year. You had generated about $7.2 million in positive cash flow from your operations. You then spent $1.3 million on debt repayment, and as well as $6.4 million on TCA additions. When it comes to your taxes and grants in place of taxes, that number is down from prior year, so $660,000 versus 1.2. Prior year, you had a larger tax holder there that since paid his taxes in this period. So it leaves you with your current tax about 54%, arrears at 46%. No allowances to note as property values exceed any deemed uncollectible amount at year end. Back to the statement of financial position, you'll know your trade and other receivables here at $7.5 million from $7.9, mainly made up of trade payables of $5.8. You have some other government receivables in relation to Green and Inclusive Community Building Program at $1.4 million, and GST of $250,000 there. Loan receivable amount, so this is the amount owed to you from Olds Fiber Limited. So loan outstanding there due 2046, $442,000 in principal repayments. So the $14 million is what's left as of December 31, still to be collected there. Inventory for sale or consumption here, and then investments of $680,000 made up of various GICs ranging from 2.4 to 5.11%, and matured in January and February of 2024. That left you with a total financial asset position of just over $29 million, down about $1.7 million from prior year's $31. When it comes to what's owed subsequent to year end, so accounts payables here at $4.1 million. So you have general vendor payables here of $3.5, employee source deduction benefits of $458,000, and then interest accrued of $185,000. Comes to your deposit liabilities, so those are down year over year. You saw less development deposits as more were paid back in relation to prior year to current year. And then deferred revenue, which is made up of grant funding that this town has collected and is yet to spend on future projects. So your MSI allocation and Canada Community Building Fund, you collected your 2023 allocations there. You had spent funds on the Aquatic Center as well as 52nd Street. Street works there, so left you with about $1.4 million still of grant funding to be spent for upcoming years. Other liabilities, including employee benefit obligations, including your vacation and overtime accruals, total $293,000, and then the new item for this year, asset retirement obligations. So this is a new section, Public Sector 3280, that was adopted in the year. So this amount here of $124,000 is in relation to various buildings within the town that have deemed to have future environmental impact or costs associated with them in order to reclaim those buildings, or deconstruct them. So we used present value techniques to determine amount as of today to be $124,000 based on future undiscounted cash flows of $259,000. And then we estimate that these buildings will be either settled in 2030, between 2030 and 2054. So it's kind of an estimate as to a cost associated with the retirement of these assets in the future. So potentially there's asbestos in buildings. When that building gets decommissioned, there's a cost already associated with that based on current amounts. So it's not that these liabilities never existed or didn't exist previously, they were just not reflected on your financial statement. So if you were to decommission one of these buildings that are in here, you'd have already accounted for a cost associated with that through your financial statements as opposed to seeing a direct expense for the entire amount. Other liabilities of the town here, your long-term debt at $28 million here. So debenture debt from the province of Alberta, the amount related to OFL in relation to $9.3 million at year end. Current portion of debt to be paid back next year of $1.1, and then interest that was paid in the year of about $891,000 associated with the debt. When it comes to your debt limits, So your debt limits are calculated based on the Municipal Government Act there, so 1.5 times total operating revenue, so up to 41.4 million. Total debt of 31.7 leaves you with an unused limit of 9.5 or 9.6. And then your debt servicing limit, which is 0.25 times your operating revenues there, about just under 7 million. Your debt servicing from last year is next year expected to be $2 million, leaving you with an unused room there of 4.8. So still within your debt limits. So after looking at your liabilities there, if you were to take A, your financial assets, B, your liabilities, you'd be left with a net financial debt position of 5.2, which is about a $260,000 decrease there from prior year's 5.5, so working towards a net financial asset position. You know, I was kind of looking around at other, you know, other urbans or towns that we kind of audit and stuff like that, and it's not, you know, although you are in a net debt position, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, I find it's a little more common with urban municipalities, with the long-term debt, building services, facilities within your community. You don't have the huge tax roll that you would see with counties with their linear tax assessments, all that kind of stuff. So not that, you know, not that being in the net debt position isn't great, but it's, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing as long with decisions being made in the community. So I just wanted to note that in case people thought that maybe that was a concern. When it comes to non-financial assets here, tangible capital assets are up to 99.5 million. Net book value there, you'll see you have additions in the year of 6.4 million. So you had, in the engineered structures, you had done some work on 52nd Street, sanitary and storm work. Machinery and equipment includes your aquatic center, mechanical room rebuild. Construction in progress, road work on 52nd Street, as well as your aquatic center roof there. So that's in the construction in progress. When it comes to amortization, amortization in the year of 4.4 million. So your amortization reflects the usage of your assets in the year. So as you purchase assets, they last 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. You take a percentage of those assets, they get reflected in your amortization. So in the year, you had 6.4 million of additions, 4.4 of amortization. So you've in essence added to your net book value, your TCA, or replaced assets usage within the year. So seeing a positive increase in your TCA year over year there. Other non-financial assets include prepaid expenses of 47,000. So if you were to take your net financial debt position, add your non-financial asset position, you have an accumulated surplus of 94.3 million, or a $2.1 million increase year over year, which is in reflection of your annual surplus. So on the next slide here is a breakdown of your accumulated surplus. So you'll see your unrestricted surplus of just under 15 million, which is a $222,000 decrease from prior year's 15.2. Internally restricted at just under 8 million, down 800,000 from prior year. And then equity and tangible capital assets, which is up 3.1 million. So your total unrestricted and internally restricted make up 23 million. TCA makes up 71.4. So with the $2.1 million net change in your annual surplus, it's actually all tied up in your tangible capital assets, which increased 3.1, and then in essence, your unrestricted and restricted, representing your cash component, is actually down $1 million. So although you are showing annual surplus, it's not tied up into any additional cash that you would have said. It's all been invested in your capital assets there. When it comes to operating revenues, so total revenues for the year up to 27.5 from 26 million. You saw your net municipal taxes increase in assessment value there, so you saw a 5% increase year over year. User fees and sales of goods up to 10.7 million. Government transfers for operating, you saw a bump there. You had additional funding from Mountain View County in relation to transfers up to 1.55 from 1.35. Investment income is on the rise, obviously with interest rates increasing for everybody. The town is receiving a higher interest rate on its funds there, so an added bonus there for the investment income going up to $1 million from 670. Other items of note, other includes your Mountain View Power revenue, as well as other donations and small grants there for $222,000, leaving you again with total revenues of 27.5, or a 6.2% increase year over year. This pie chart kind of gives you a breakdown of where your revenues come. Obviously, the main ones being property taxes and user fees, making up 77% of your total revenue, with 23% being made up by the other items associated on your operating revenue statement there. When it comes to expenses by departments or function, so some changes year over year here, just to note, general government services, last year you had some annexation costs, so that's where that number comes from. Policing services were down, prior year had their RCMP repayment for wages there, so that's why you see a decrease there. Transportation from 8 million to 4.7 is in relation to prior year. You had road construction done on provincial road there, so we had actually restated for that, which I'll talk about later, but that's why that cost is higher versus the current year. And as well as economic development and other planning, which you saw an increase there in relation to restructuring and some consulting costs included in there as well. So overall, your total expenses year over year there were down 2.7 million or 8.2%. And then if you look at your budget of 25.5 and actual 29.88, really the difference there is 4.3 million, which is in line with your actual amortization expense of 4.4 million. And this next chart here will kind of indicate that. So this line chart represents your budget, the light blue the current year, dark blue the prior year, but you'll see the line is pretty much at or above most of these categories, except where you see the transportation. You had a little more repairs and maintenance costs than you had originally noted there. And as well when it comes to water, sewer, and wastewater management, and when it comes to water purchases and water main in relation to line loss there. So you saw some additional costs there than versus what was budgeted. When it comes to expenses by object, salaries, wages, and benefits were up to 8.6 million in line with your budget there, so added FTE and in positions. Contract and general services, that's in relation to the provincial road work that was done in the prior year versus none this year. Transfers to other governments of 7.7, and then additional, and then your amortization there at the bottom of 4.4. So again, increase from prior year, 2.7 million or 8.2%, and then versus budget of 4.33 million there, 17%. So when you take your total operating revenue less expenses, you end up with an annual deficit of the year from operations of 2.3 million. If you were to add back your amortization and accretion expense there, you would end up with a $2 million positive surplus there. Government transfers for capital of 4.4 represent 2.4 million of MSI, 1.9 million of Canada Community Building Fund, and 127 for Mountain View County. So that represents your other revenue there, 4.4. So if you add that to your operating deficit there, you end up with an annual surplus of the year of 2.1 million in relation to the capital funding that was recognized there. We also had a previously amount here that was restated, so again in relation to the provincial road work and as well as the adoption of asset retirement obligations, adjusted your previously stated accumulated surplus of 96 million down to 92.2, and then with this year's annual surplus up to 94.3. So in summary, annual surplus for the year of 2.1 million. Your net financial debt position has decreased year over year, so working towards a net financial asset position there. When it comes to our audit findings, disclosure in there just in relation to the restatement of asset retirement obligations. We'll talk about the provincial road, but no significant control deficiencies, unusual accounting policies or estimates, unrecorded misstatements of note there, and then no significant difficulties. So yeah, I just wanted to thank management and the team here for their first year of doing the audit. It went pretty good in our world, I guess. We got a lot of information brought to us that we were recommending, and scheduled timing was good. So yeah, nothing but positive things to say there. But I guess if anybody has any questions on this before I jump into the other report, I can take them.
Thank you very much for your insight there, and congratulations to our Director of Finance as well. She's done a great job of collecting information for you as well.
Yeah.
Does Council have any questions? Okay, we'll start with Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dole. Just with regards to the asset retirement obligations, Jeff, do we know how many facilities this includes? Like, could you give us an idea of, did you look at, like, how did you judge which ones are going to be part of that?
So really, I mean, the main risk for us here is really just the completeness of the assets, like do we have them all? So there was a large scoping done by management in relation to the tangible capital assets within your current list to identify ones that potentially meet the definition of asset retirement obligations. So then we then reviewed the list, in turn with management, identified ones that would meet the definition, and then from there estimates were provided in relation to the various buildings that you would have that meet that definition, either criteria, so either based on when they were built, should additional work be done, then based on review of other acts, just to make sure that those items meet the definition, and then get an assessment, and then we recalculate it based on the present value technique to get the amount here today. So definitely a lot of work goes into it. Trying to make sure we get everything is obviously our biggest concern. We don't want to be showing up 5 years later and have $1 million liability that we didn't know about. That's what the importance of this is. So I feel good about it. In relation to all the ones I've done this year, I wouldn't. This one was pretty good. I have qualified some municipalities or public sector entities for non-adoption, like for not doing work. So I feel good that it was started and it's a good process. But will stuff come up later, or will acts change that could trigger some additional AROs? Probably, but for now, I think it's a good starting point for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through you to either the Director of Corporate Services or to the CAO. It's not a question, Jeff, specifically to the financial statements, but one of the items reported, which is the cash line. Are either Director or the CAO going to share any insight as to, we're in a cash position, 6.3 million. Jeff, you alluded to interest rates are certainly premium right now, likely to go down. Just wondering if the CAO or the Director can share any insight as to that cash balance and what we're thinking of doing with it, or is that not appropriate at this time? You can slap me around.
I can just share the increase. So if you look at 2022, our investments were at 6 million. So it's just a flip from being invested in one-year terms to a high-interest savings account, which is getting great interest rates right now. And then it's accessible.
Supplemental before I go to
By all
Councillor
means,
Walsh? Okay, go ahead.
Just, well, in the past, with the financials, we would get comparables to like municipalities. Is that still to come as a product of this the financial statements, or no longer?
I'm not sure if Metrics Group provides that or not, but I can definitely get it from Municipal Affairs. They have a Municipal Indicators website. Yep.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just back to asset retirement obligation. You say present value of a future amount. How many years are we talking? Is that an annual 124,000? That's an annual amount?
That'd be the total amount as of today for the items that are in relation to the ARO requirement.
Yeah.
And then, it'll increase going forward as you move towards the retirement dates, which I think are about 2030 to 2050 based on depending on the building.
Okay, so it's a blended number
Yeah.
is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so each line item has based on the year of expected retirement. But the group is, I don't know each specific one individually, but within that range, they have some retirement date within that range, yeah.
Further comments from council at all, or questions? I would ask Director Linderman, is there anything in closing you have?
There's still, I think, one more
Oh, yeah.
report that Jeff wants to go over.
Yeah, I would say with the AROs, there's new, some sort of requirement, like you do every 5 years, do we reassess the estimates that were used in order to make an adjustment? There'll be some sort of idea of what that would in turn change as things right now are estimated based on the best rates and information at the time, but as we've seen, a lot can change in 5 years for sure going forward, so definitely finding that period of when those should be recalculated is going to be needed. Does this go into my other one, or do you have? Do I have one?
Oh, we need Jeff, sorry.
Here, I'll give you that back. You bet.
Just a second, sorry.
You betcha. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks. Okay. So this is our audit findings report, or I guess more of our qualitative component of the audit. So just to begin this, so the purpose of this report is really to promote two-way communication between ourselves, the auditors, and yourselves as counselors. So effectively, as of today, we'll complete our subsequent event procedures, we'll obtain the signed management representation letter, we'll complete our required communication to council, which is what we're doing right now, and we'll obtain evidence of council approval of the financial statement. Once we obtain all those, we'll be able to issue signed audited financial statements. When it comes to changes from our audit plan in relation to our audit findings, the only change there would be that when we initially do our audit plan, we set materiality based on prior year actuals, and then for the audit findings, or when we start our audit, we use actuals at that time. So when it comes to materiality, we use 1.1 million, or 4% of your operating expenses. So what we're saying here is that if your revenues or expenses were to change by $1 million one way or another, a user of the financial statements may have a different view on the financial performance or outlook of the town's financial results. So users being, again, yourselves as councillors, municipal affairs, so those organizations or individuals with a vested interest in the financial performance of the town. We encounter no significant difficulties that should be brought to the attention of the town or council. We're performing our work. When it comes to the engagement team, so myself as the partner on the engagement, I don't know if I should tell you, but I guess I've worked at Metrics Group since I graduated university, fell in love with the business and didn't leave. And now I've been a partner for 5 years now at the firm. So I audit quite a few municipalities. So and waste commissions, water commissions, whatever there is around the area. So in your guys' area, I also am the auditor for the town of Cochrane, just south of here. We also do Clearwater County, and then quite a few north in Alberta, and then in the Edmonton area as well. Craig Paters worked with me for a lot of years as well, and same with Dylan, so both CPAs, and spent a lot of time auditing a lot of municipal local government organizations throughout the province as well. Busy time of year for us. So when it comes to our audit results, I'll just focus on a few areas here, just key areas of focus for us as auditors and just our findings. So when it comes to risk within an audit, really management override of control is a large risk for us. So here management's in a unique position to possibly perpetrate or manipulate the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. So we use data analytic tools to identify manual journal entries within the general ledger that we then audit to ensure that these entries are valid business transactions. So we had no significant findings in that area. When it comes to revenue recognition, we want to make sure revenue associated with any sort of restrictions such as grant funding is being recognized once performance obligations have been met there. So we're looking there at assessing, reviewing the agreements, reconciling costs associated with these to make sure that revenue recognition is being met. So we had no findings in that area as well. When it comes to your receivable balances here, we want to make sure that receivables are being deemed to be collectible. So looking at transactions subsequent to your end, ensuring that revenue is being recognized within revenue recognition policy, and again, services being rendered. So we had no findings there. When it comes to tangible capital assets, risk here is that you've got potentially assets that are capitalized that should be expensed, or you have items within your operating expense accounts that meet the definition of tangible capital assets that should be capitalized, or you potentially have assets that no longer provide an economic benefit and potentially should be written down. So we spend a lot of time here assessing your tangible capital asset policies, looking at basically inquiring with management as to any impairment. We're testing additions, disposals, recalculating amortization and gain loss, and as well as reconciling your capital TCA purchases back to your funding sources. So are you funding through taxes? Are you funding through reserves? Are you funding through grant funding? So making sure that that's all tying back and also in line with what you're budgeting for from a council perspective. So a lot of time is spent in there. We had a restatement in the year, which is in relation to the provincial roads that were funded or capitalized in the prior year, which we'll talk a bit about later. And then the other big one here was asset retirement obligations. So spoke about this earlier, but again, first time adoption. Want to make sure completeness has been audited there. So what kind of policies or procedures did management take in order to ensure completeness within their tangible capital assets and that the asset retirement obligations are there? What estimates and rates were used, the mathematical accuracy of those liabilities, as it is a complex adjustment. So again, we had restated that within the financial statements based on adoption there. When it comes to adjustments, so we had 5 audit adjustments in the year. The net effect of those adjustments was an increase of assets of $16,000, increase to liabilities of $29,000, accumulated surplus decrease of $373,000, and then an annual surplus change increase of $360,000. So we talked about materiality being $1 million. Again, these adjustments are not material within the financial statements, but these are the ones that were posted within the financial statements as actuals. Whereas the unrecorded misstatements, we have a total amount of unrecorded misstatements of 179,000 as an overstatement to the town surplus. So this was in relation to a difference in the allowance for doubtful accounts in relation to the amounts that should be there versus what maybe our calculation had, so about 179,000. So again, we don't feel that this would change anyone's view on the financial outlook of the town. So when it comes to restatement, so the first one here in relation to, the net effect of the two, so in relation to asset retirement obligations, as well as the town's tangible capital assets that were not owned by the town here. So the net effect of those resulted in a decrease in your tangible capital assets of 3.7 million, and decrease your amortization expense of 94, and then as well as your opening and accumulated surplus of 98,000 there. When it comes to the ARO adjustment, as the asset or the change in the assets from prior year only affected the opening 2023 amount. When it comes to your control environment and other observations, we did not identify any significant control deficiencies that's been brought to the attention of council. When it comes to asset retirement obligations, we used, again, the modified retroactive approach, which was the guidance given by Municipal Affairs as well, so it resulted in a restatement. So when the asset retirement obligation got added to your as a liability, it in turn affected your accumulated surplus. The other method is a prospective method, which is to adopt in the current year, where the net impact would have been on your current year annual surplus, whereas the modified retroactive allows you to put the liability in the prior year, and then the only part hitting your income statement is your accretion expense, which is your change year over year between the two. So this is all detailed in note 26 in relation to that prior period adjustment as well. When it comes to your qualitative aspects of your accounting estimates, so overall we're satisfied with the reasonableness of your accounting estimates. So your allowance for doubtful accounts there, your valuation for tangible capital assets, as well as your asset retirement provision and any contingent liabilities. Appendices here require communication, so just our independence, that we do not hold a financial position, interest, have a personal or business relationship, or economic dependence on the town. Appendix 2 is our management representation letter, which will get signed by management as part of our completion process here. And then the last part of our report is Appendix 3, which is new and revised accounting standards. So next year there'll be 3 new accounting standards, potentially additional disclosure requirements for PS 3400 when it comes to revenue recognition. And then the one coming down the road in 4 years from now for December 31, 2027 will be the new financial statement presentation framework. So your financial statements will change once again. So you will see a financial asset position. You'll see your non-financial assets. Your tangible capital assets will now go from the bottom back up to the top where they were previously before we had changed the framework. Then you will have your liabilities broken out between financial and non, and then you'll have a net asset component, which will be made up of your accumulated surplus as well as your remeasurement gain losses, which the town currently doesn't have. Anything valued for financial instruments at fair market value. And then, yeah, so you'll have a balanced balance sheet now. You'll have assets less liabilities equal net assets. You'll also see an additional statement for your net financial asset position, so financial assets less liabilities. You'll have a statement of operations, and then you'll also have a statement of net assets, which will, again, break out your accumulated surplus and remeasurement gain loss. So 4 years from now, your statements will change once more. And you'll also have additional budget requirements in there as well. So yeah, just it's never ending, it seems like, for public sector standards. But yeah, and that's kind of it for the audit finance report. I guess if anybody has any questions on that, I can definitely address those too.
Thank you, Mr. Alliston. Questions? I see none. So this was your last report.
That's my last one, yeah. I'm all done,
Very
I'm
good.
all done talking, sorry, yeah.
Well, you know what? I really enjoyed your sharing and your information. So does CEO William, do you have any questions? Very good. I will then go to my council for the first motion, please. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that the 2023 audit findings report be received for information.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ryan. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. And finally, the financial statements. Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that the 2023 consolidated financial statements for the town of Olds be approved as presented.
Thank you very much for attending our council meeting today and visiting the town of Olds.
Yes, thanks for having me, and if you have any questions or concerns throughout the year, let me know.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take
Yeah.
care. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, we'll carry on with our meeting. And right now,
Point of order.
yes,
We have to vote still on that last motion, Mayor?
for the point of order. I'm getting carried away with the depth of this agenda. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I believe we can still move forward. Our Director Linderman's left the room for a moment, but so the next item is item 4B, page 76, please, and this is the former fire hall proposal, and CEO Williams will present.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And speaking of asset retirement obligations, this building fits nicely into those, in fact. So today in the gallery, we have representatives from 3 local community organizations, the Mountain View Food Bank, the Olden District Hospice Society, and the Community Lending Shelf. And thank you all for being in attendance. The way we have it structured, I will do the speaking, but if you ask any difficult questions, I will call one or some of them up to answer. So council has been aware of a project at the former fire hall for some time now, and that project has now reached a point where we require a decision of council. So starting late last year and throughout the last 3 months, there has been a test fit study being done, which is attached for your information by an architecture firm out of Calgary. The purpose of that study was to determine if this brownfield property, currently unused or certainly underutilized town facility, could be repurposed into a community-centered facility. The end result of that engagement and preliminary design process was that, yes, it could. And that's why these 3 groups and the representatives are here today. That this proposal, even though the final terms have to be negotiated by administration, is to lease the former fire hall property for a nominal sum, $1 per year, and essentially transfer its operations under a shared agreement between these 3 groups. All 3 have unique operations and unique needs, but from administration's point of view, the value of this proposal is significant, that it provides new homes, much more usable homes, to 3 in-need organizations to serve, in 2 cases, the people most at need in our society, and in hospice's case, people facing perhaps the most difficult time in their lives. The town's point of view, there's modest financial impacts to the positive, as operations are assumed by these groups, but it also allows us to repurpose this old building in the center of town, right on the boundary of the Uptown and East Olds communities, into what should be a much more well-used, attended building than it is now, but a center for community wellness, essentially. So there's some details of what the lease will look like, just 3 quick points. More will have to be negotiated and decided upon, but I think the information contained in the RFD, plus what council has been aware of already throughout this process, is relatively straightforward. But with that, I'll welcome any questions on what you see before you.
Well, thank you for that opening, CEO Williams. I would ask council at this time then, if you have questions, please. The information we provided in our agenda was very clear and copious. And thank you very much. And also welcome every one of you that took the time out of your day to be here with us today in this gallery. I don't see any questions from my council. And thank you very much once again. And if that's the case, I would like to ask for a motion. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council direct administration to engage in negotiation with the Mount View Food Bank, Olds and District Hospice Society, and Community Lending Shelf for the leasing of the former fire hall.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. And now I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. I really appreciate, once again, you coming to council to hear what we have to say, and we're all very happy with the situation, and no questions. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm seeking permission to acknowledge somebody in the gallery, if that would be okay with council.
That would be honored. Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh.
Well, we have Mary Marshall with us. I know she's Executive Director of the Hospice Society, but she's just come back from Ottawa, the Badminton Master Games, with first gold in singles and a gold in doubles. So congratulations, Badminton.
Congratulations. Would you like to stand?
I'm just really excited that I got 2 golds. Last year it was a bronze, and gold is much more beautiful.
Noah, one time you said you played badminton with your son. Did he attend with you? Again, congratulations on behalf of council and Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And if I'm permitted, I know we've had the motion and taken the vote, but my brain just clicked in. And I do have a question, if I'm permitted to ask it.
Well, I'll permit you the question for sure, but we're not going back to vote again.
No. I just threw you to the CAO. If you could just kind of, and perhaps it was in the package and I missed it, but if you just talk kind of on the timeline, what are we looking at here as far as now we're going to commence negotiations with the other interested parties, and so when are we looking at kind of things, people moving in and renovations taking place and everything?
Fair question, and even though this final decision came to council today, there has been engagement happening the last few weeks and up until really this morning, most recently. So the timelines, ideally by the end of September, we would have at least one of the groups in the building. The needs are different amongst the 3 right now, that the food bank side requires more retrofit than the hospice side, whereas the top floor, the landing shelf, requires next to, basically waiting for some renovations to be finished on the adjacent side. But a project manager, shared project manager, has been engaged, and each group has draft agreements for that, and the architects who provided this test fit document are going to provide a proposal to lead us into tender drawings as well for the building, and this lease can occur now in tandem with that we just want to get something. We know it's going to work for the town. The town's going to retain the asset retirement obligation. The town is going to retain the ownership of the building, but we also want to make sure that each of the groups are set up for success for this multi-decade period that's about to commence. So end September is ideal, but we'll see how tight timelines can be kept. So.
Thank you. Good question. You're welcome to stay for the remaining of our meeting, but I believe it's still going to be quite long. Thank you. I'd ask council this time then to move to item 5A, page 114 of the agenda. This is our Community Services Quarterly Report. CAO Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Dell, and Director O'Brien is with us to lead us through this part of the agenda.
Yep. Thank you. So you have all read the quarterly report before you. It's for the Community Services Division. It represents 3 departments. 3 departments are Community Development, the Parks and Recreation Department, and Communications and Engagement. I know you have a long agenda ahead of you, so I'm not going to go in depth with each one. I'm going to briefly talk about each one. I am going to go a bit more in depth in the Communications and Engagement quarterly report because you have not seen that before. It's the first time that that's been reported to you. So just very briefly, for Community Development Department, as you can see, the CCC is thriving. It is becoming a community hub for many meetings and agencies. Our partnerships are growing. Jean's Place, which is the space there, is being well utilized. There's still, availability for other groups to use that space. The community boardroom there is also available for community groups to meet and has lots of availability. One of the changes I'd like to bring to your attention, which is very positive, which is on the Sunshine Bus, is that starting May 1st, we are starting a pilot program there. It fell outside of the realm of the quarterly report here, but I wanted to mention it to you. And the pilot program will expand service to anyone who needs a Sunshine Bus in town, with still having the priority booking system in place for seniors and those with special needs. So those who are seniors or with special needs in terms of mobility, they will be able to book it 3 days in advance, and anyone else can book it same day. So, yes,
Would the fee be the same?
the fee will be the same.
What would that fee be?
I believe it's $5 a trip. Yeah. Okay, and then, so moving on to the cemetery, the new columbarium that was purchased back in November is being very well received. It tends to be a place of choice for people in terms of internment, and really no changes there. Going on to the Parks and Recreation Department, you can see by the information provided on the outdoor rinks that we did do some monitoring there. We had a really challenging season there, weather-wise. The staff were in a constant battle with the weather to rebuild our 7 outdoor rinks. And so we will be bringing a report to you in the future about some of our recommendations there, with the possibility of decreasing the number of outdoor rinks we have. So we did a very observational drive-by on the number of people that were using the rinks, and also recorded the number of days that we had in operation due to the weather. So I'm thinking it's worth looking at, and council to be receiving a more in-depth report on that. So we will bring that forward to you. The Sportsplex, as you can see from the numbers that we provided there, we've been collecting data on both the participants at that facility and the active users, and you can see that it's a real community hub. Thousands of people visit that facility each day. On weekends, when we have all of our successful tournaments there, it's even more busy, but definitely is a very big community hub for our community. The Aquatic Center, from a facilities maintenance point of view, we're going to be starting the roof and the windows there. You'll see that work start this spring, and that was a carryover from the capital project from last year. Yeah, so I think that those are the highlights of the other departments, and now I'd like to spend some time on communications and engagement. So our communications and engagement department, we now are up to 2 people. We recently hired another staff person, so we do have 2 staff working in this area. And as you can see, their communications and engagement with both staff and residents focuses on really 3 main areas: social media, the website, and the community events calendar. The social media, if you look down that column there, you can see that we have about 6,000 hits on the Facebook page for the Town of Olds. On Instagram, we have about 1.6, and on the Facebook Olds community page, we have about 2.25 thousand viewers. The website, we had 26,000 visits to the website, and if you look at what interests people when they're visiting the website, you can see that the Aquatic Center, the homepage, employment opportunities, the Sportsplex, those are your top ones, and then not far behind those are really people searching for information on things like garbage and composting and recycling. Report a problem is being better utilized, but still has lots of room for improvement there. It's also mentioned a lot, not generally nicely, in social media, which we have to respond to. And and of course we do newspaper advertising also. The community events calendar is also been increasing. It's up by about 23 events being listed there. So in 2023, we had 52, in 2024 up to 75. So more people are seeing it as the place to advertise their community events, and that people are going to. So that's really great to see. And then just moving on, if you look at the accomplishments that this small but forceful group has done in the past year, some of their accomplishments have been developing social media guidelines for the town. And we've had staff who have participated in emergency management training, the CS 100 and 200 courses, so that they can be active participants if and when we do have an emergency. They've been providing council highlights, which I think both staff and the community have really appreciated. And they've contributed to the 2023 annual report, which I must say looks really great, and also to the Discover Olds campaign. From a community relationships point of view, Jill's been very active on the Public Art Committee, the Health Practitioners Attraction and Retention Committee, various service club meetings, and Uptown Olds. Okay, we can go on there. And the work of the department, this department really crosses all functions across the town. So they support teams in their communication efforts to meet a organizational standard. And these are all the various departments that they do work with across the town. So it's pretty busy. It's pretty busy, constantly busy. Yeah, but I think we're seeing the quality of communications has increased, definitely. When we look ahead to the next quarter, some of these have already been done. So we've just recently gone through crisis communications training with the senior leadership team and the communications team. The Northeast Area Structure Plan Open House. Jill also participated in this training called IAP2, which is a global certification in public participation. I participated in that also, so you now have several staff in the town, including Heather, that have been trained in this global certification to help out with engagement. And also, Jill's been involved in Mountain View Regional Emergency Communications Project. In May, she's looking forward to being part of the 2024 budget survey of the Alberta Municipal Communications Spring Conference, and we're doing a website content review on several areas. One of the areas that we've been working with closely with Jill, and Marcy was involved in this, and Heather is leading the project, is we are redoing the events process for the public to make it more user-friendly. That probably won't be completed until 2025, but we are working on it now. In June, Jill is going to be working with more engagement efforts to be announced and more specifically in the future, and also on the Social West Conference. That is it for my report. If you've got any questions about any of the other departments that I really briefly went through, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through you to Director O'Brien. When we do the renovations at the pool, then the roof and the windows, will there be any shutdown or any anticipated closure during that time period?
We don't anticipate there will be.
Oh, perfect. That would be good, because I know that several people were a little frustrated over the length of time we were closed last time, so that's good to hear.
Especially because it's an outdoor project, so that makes sense. Would you be able to touch just very briefly on that Mountain View Regional Emergency Communications, the project? Or is it just ongoing?
I would say it's just ongoing, but if you want more information, I can get Jill to give a briefing on it. Oh, can you?
Yeah, it's a small part of the larger effort. If council recalls, you supported a ACP grant application last year, the county led between all 6 regional municipalities for an emergency social services framework plan. So that was approved. We got a notification back in February, and that's part of that as well. So.
Well, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through you to the director, and I have just a comment, and then I do have a question. So one, my comment, I really like the direction the comms group is going with the communication, and the approach we're taking, the social media and everything else. And to that extent, can you just, like social media is 7/24/365. I know we want balance of life for people. How do we handle and manage and monitor and respond on non-work days to social media, especially if there are urgent, emergency, need-to-know items?
Yeah, I would say they're pretty challenged. It's very, very, very busy. We try to make the rest of the work more planned. Everyone is attempting to try to give the Communications Engagement Department a view with what their rest of their workload is so that they can plan their work accordingly. But yeah, the staff just show incredible flexibility in terms of their response, and yeah, we try to show flexibility with them also.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, through you to Director O'Brien. And on that note, kudos to your staff, because I have seen several negative comments made, particularly on the Town of Wol's webpage on Facebook, or the Facebook page. And our communication staff has been very prompt in responding with positive comments back and links to where people can find the information and accurate information, and which therefore reduces a lot of the chit-chat that follows it, and it also gives people the opportunity to look up themselves the information, and I appreciate that, the work that's been done.
Yes, indeed, we all do. It does make a difference. Any further questions? I would ask for a motion then, please. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move the council accepts the Community Services Quarterly Report as presented for information.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ryan. I'll now call for the vote. Those in favor? That's carried. And once again, congratulations to you and your staff. And we are now on page 135, item 5B, Office of the CA Chief Administrative Officer Quarterly Report. CAO Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Don't have too much today, so hopefully I can get through in 10 minutes or so. But as you are aware, this Office of the CAO encompasses Invest Olds, Ledge Services, Mountain View Power, HR, and what I've deemed special projects. So you can read into that any way you want. Invest Olds. To start with good news, which, to be fair, I don't give you very often. But Invest Olds, led by our EDO, Sandra Blythe, has been successful to date in securing $388,000 in external grants from federal and provincial partners, majority, and then partnership funding more locally. We can't announce the bulk of those grants yet, save for the NRED program, which stands for the Northern Rural Economic Development Program through the province, which we received $75,000 for, confirmed last month. But by early June, we'll have all the announcements out because some are more formal in nature. But this will allow us to significantly expand over the next 24 months our Invest Olds portfolio, drive our economic development strategy, and bring on the horsepower needed to try to do some really exciting things. As we all know, economic development is a process. It's certainly not a destination. It's often difficult to demonstrate those early and often wins, but sustained efforts what's needed, and this amount of funding goes a significant way to support us in demonstrating progress and setting a long-term course for the town's economic strategy. So kudos to Sandra and the work she's done. So what that means as our Economic Development Action Committee gets set up, some themes that we're working with certainly internally. Regional collaboration is a big part of this grant funding, that we do take the stance that a stronger region means a stronger Olds, and not just through our Cape Rita, but certainly just forging partnerships with the counties and towns close to us. Foundation building, applying a system, community involvement, and that's where I personally see EDAC having a huge role in helping us make everyone in the town part of our economic development strategy and getting their input on what it should encompass. And of course, prioritization. Obviously, council plays a huge role in this as well, but you can't do everything at once. What comes first? And there's conversations that this will allow us not just to happen, those it would have happened anyways, but happen with a lot more urgency and a lot more effectiveness. So in the coming weeks and months, you will see Invest Olds bring on 2.5 FTE positions, so 3 people, based on the new grant funding. Business Development Officer, a digital services coordinator, and a part-time second EDO as well through the 3 grant initiatives. Our ED strategy, which is aptly named the Next Generation Economy Initiative, is underway, led by EDAC, and phase 1 is kicking off. Mountain View Power, one of the staff members coming on will have in his or her portfolio Mountain View Power, which it's currently just under myself right now. And again, I do believe that Mountain View Power is just scratching the surface of its true potential, and having someone more attuned to marketing and customer service will do great things. We've all received funding for that retail gap analysis, which was funded in budget 2024, but on the condition that we receive grant funding. So I'm happy to report that was part of the grant funding. So we will kick that off. I believe tomorrow we have the initial meeting with the proponent. And marketing and promotion. That's a lot of what InvestOld does, but getting people to do it more deliberately will be a great thing. Ledge Services, Marcy's portfolio, as council knows, this is just a summary of what has gone on the last little while, the procedures that are being reviewed right now based on council policy and bylaw approvals or retractions, and then looking ahead. We will schedule, in addition to the priority setting session, which I believe is just being rescheduled now, we'll have a service level upcoming also where we'll review snow clearing. A few bylaws along with the updated rate schedule has to come forward, and update council on some digitization efforts that we're currently undertaking. And of course, I think the bulk of time the last 2 months has been the council remuneration committee as well. So that's just wrapping up, and you should see something on May 13th. The org review, we're in that phase now where we're looking at things that never have an end date, that are always going to be part of our processes. So we are marking some things complete that we do have to obviously steward and ensure we don't lose track of again. But those are the things we have worked on and considered them at a stage now where they can go forward into a more consistent part of our administration, as was envisioned by the recommendations brought forth by that org review. A couple of things from Human Resources, audit and year-end, which Jeff just presented on. Obviously, Sheena and finance staff lead the bulk of that, but also Sean and Sam in Human Resources have a significant role to play too, with completing their own year-ends, LAPP, WCB, and all T4s, plus supporting information for Sheena's work. So that took up a lot of time. Procedures I mentioned last time, those are just being completed, and I'll share with council shortly the first iteration of those. And staff engagement surveys. So the last one was done biannually. OFD is doing theirs right now. Should be wrapped up in the next 30 days. And the town staff one will occur in late June or early July. And those results will be shared as well. Mountain View Power, so spring grant intake is open. No, it is closed. 17 applications received to date, $75,000 in available funding. We do foresee, based on increased revenues of the fall, also being at $75,000, where last year it was $50,000, but that's to be confirmed based on what we call a prudential obligation, but no shortage of interest. The committee meets on May 6th, and by May 13th, council should have that recommendation. And we did receive some feedback last time it came to council about what council would expect in that agenda package around project descriptions and unsuccessful projects, so we will build that more appropriately. Regards to performance, we're increasing a little bit, 1.6% net subscriber growth in Q1. You put that over, obviously, 4 quarters, and we're still on track, but we do want to increase that to at least 2.5% per quarter, I believe is a fair shoot, to get close to 10% per annum growth. No cash calls in Prudential, but we are expecting something for late 2024. There's a lot of change right now in the electrical market if you've been following the news, and we'll see how that goes. Sponsorship, I did receive word from Olds College that we council did sponsor via Mountain View Power the ACAC Volleyball Championship. They pushed through 1,100 plus spectators. There were 151 participants and coaches, housed mainly at the Pomeroy in town, and over 40 volunteers made it happen. So for a $5,000 investment, we don't have a great way to quantify this yet, but dare I say that's money well spent. So I think the sports and event tourism is something that Mountain View Power can certainly facilitate and really does help small businesses. So in looking ahead with Mountain View Power, as mentioned, it will be housed for the next 24 months with a dedicated employee. We do have some local volunteers wanting to have more of a community interaction or advisory role to Mountain View Power, so we're trying to work with UtilityNet to see how that could work right now, and we think if anything can help us gain the buy-in of local residents, local businesses especially, our local ag community as well, and certainly our local cogeneration or solar members. It's all for the better. As the transition to the town has the last year, there's obviously people always probably a little bit skeptical to buy their electricity and natural gas from a municipal government, but hopefully we can get the word out through making those local partnerships. And we are recruiting marketing associates right now, which we only have 2 signed up to date, but people to sell on a commission-based model on our behalf, so we encourage anyone interested to take a look at mountainviewpower.com. The final thing, special projects. The policing study is complete. If you recall, we received the $30,000 grant from the province last year. It will be presented by the consultants on May 13th. Transit, I believe, sorry, I had to step over Dr. O'Brien's report, but we do have that pilot project with the Sunshine Bus starting on May 1st, which will be advertised in next week's paper. We have submitted a grant submission to the Rural Transit Solutions Fund for a feasibility study on transit in town. We did submit a capital submission as well, just because of how the grant timelines added up, but obviously any type of transit solution will come to council, but we're not committing any of our dollars to date outside of the Sunshine Bus. We're just trying to see what would work for Olds, as we're pretty confident your standard loop system is not going to work in a community like ours, but we see a lot of different potential and perhaps ideas we're not aware of yet, just through places like Olds College helping us out and determine what their needs are. Our financial statements. So we are going to, I mentioned this before, we sent our annual report out a bit early this year in February, so we're going to send out our financial statements. Well, today they'll be posted technically, but by mid-June we hope to send out a brief report, albeit, but something more focused on the finances of the town, and essentially trying to explain in non-accountant terms, no offense, Sheena, what the financial statements mean and kind of what our opportunities and challenges are. And this will be the first kick of the can, so obviously feedback is welcome, but hopefully by June 15th we'll have that out. And housing, CMHC submission was unsuccessful, as council was aware. Our AHPP, which is a provincial program, is still under review, despite I think Minister Nixon telling us it was days away in late March or mid-March. So, as mentioned during the public hearing, recent rezoning, LEB amendments has improved our outlook. We have several high-density developers, not just at the table now, but submitting development permits, which council will see the bulk of those soon. And our MDP and our LUB review, as mentioned by Mr. Sloan earlier, it is underway in its very early iteration. And yeah, next year will be the big year for that. I believe, some health and safety stats, not too bad for 3 months. We're obviously seeing, it's not too clear to see, but the primary thing still seems to be personal injuries through slip, trips, and falls, pinch points, and then equipment, which tends to be backing up errors. So I think if nothing else, even though we're not seeing amazing results from health and safety, we're identifying trends by being more proactive, and certainly there's certain pieces of equipment, for example, that are more prone to accidents than others, and that really depends or is attributable to the things like blind spots and the absence of backup cameras, all of those things. So hopefully we can integrate health and safety into let's say, budget business cases the council sees for new equipment and how that relates to health and safety and certainly equipment damages. Upcoming and ongoing, we were approved, as council is aware, for funding for a municipal intern. That person has been hired, and she starts the end of May, 18th month term. She's currently finishing her undergraduate studies in Vancouver and will move to Olds shortly before her start date. And then the three areas we identified, asset management, housing, and corporate planning, will be her primary areas of focus for the next 18 months. A brief ONET update. SBL is at a 90% completion rate, and that 90% is really just the large-scale properties. We do have to convert the hospital, Waterton Park, and a couple other of those high-dense facilities. So if you go by per premise, we're much closer to 99% complete, but given that there's so many users in those facilities, 90% is what we're going with right now. Several core network issues are being resolved as we speak, as you can probably see from the maintenance notices, but those were anticipated, honestly, through the deficiencies that we're trying to correct. And the 2023 audit is complete, I believe. Okay. Yeah, it is complete, correct. And actually, Jeff is also the auditor for OFL, so we'll share those results with council shortly. And we'll have Chairperson Weatherick here in the near future as well. And now it's the end. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, CEO Williams. Does council have questions? Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor Dole. I'm just curious, Mountain View Power, like the rate of last resort announced by our Premier, I'm wondering if Nick from UtilityNet has looked at his crystal ball and seeing how that affects. Last time the province mucked around with resellers, it didn't bode well for us.
Very good question and very astute observation. In fact, Nick sent out an email hours after that was announced. He sees it as an opportunity almost, that the more people that get off the RRO, now called the rate of last resort to be a bit more ominous, the more people will look for other options. So obviously, he states, I agree because he knows a lot more than I do, that the current structure of the market is dominated by people who don't have customers' best interest in mind. And the province doing this at least provides now an impetus for local retailers to be a bit more aggressive and collect those customers that are assuming going to be jumping ship. But if any of you are current or former, let's say, direct energy customers, which I am, they're also sending corresponding emails on why this is a great change, despite, milking people for decades on this RRO model. So no, he sees an opportunity. I think, again, Mountain View Power, it was such a fantastic idea that was taken on, and it's on us to leverage and demonstrate the value to the local people. So it has some among the best prices in the province, customer services par excellence, and it goes through UtilityNet, not just us, and the money goes back locally. So.
Well, you sure have shown how that locally has supported our community, so thank you for that. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through you to the CEO. Yes, I'm happy to see that we're looking at hiring somebody to do that for 24 months, because I think there's a big opportunity there for it to grow. I've had a conversation with a couple of people in the last 2 or 3 weeks that have had their utility contracts come up, and I've pointed them into the direction of Mountain View Power. So the more we get the word out, I think the more we'll see people joining. And I think the key to me for Mountain View Power is the fact that the money, the community benefits from it, as opposed to going with somebody who like ENMAX or Direct Energy, where they're only looking at profits, and we're looking at putting profits back into the community. So I think that there's a big benefit here, and I'd like to see it grow. And I think there's a big opportunity there, hopefully.
Agreed. Any further questions? Councillor Cummings and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just a comment, really, the grant staffing, and I want to congratulate at the back, I'm not sure how to phrase it, choosing or getting the EDO grant money to support Mountain View Power staffing is fantastic. We've talked about finding someone to get it off the corner of your desk into someone else's hands as a key venture to get Mountain View Power working. Also with the municipal intern, we've talked about asset management for so long being so necessary to get the planning done that we need to do to finally have a staff member that can be dedicated to working on asset management is important. And ONET, I'll tell you, I've been an ONET customer for 9 years. I've never received an email saying they're doing maintenance before this past few months, where I've gotten 3. So it's good to see that under the new leadership, they're actually getting maintenance done and communicating with people a lot better than they have in the past.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I have two questions through you to the CAO. One is within the Invest Olds umbrella, and specifically around the community engagement, can you talk a little bit about the business surveys? How's that launched? And was it in there already and under the retail survey? Is that it, or is it something else?
No, it was not included. Good question, though. I may have to defer to Councillor Daly or Councillor Walsh. It is forthcoming, but do we have a specific date yet when it's going to be, Councillor Walsh?
Our last committee meeting, we're probably pushing it out to September. We decided that summer was probably not the optimal time to send that out to businesses, so maybe sometime, I would say mid-September.
And a follow-up question, totally not a supplemental, but if I'm permitted, just again through the CEO, if you could comment a little bit on just an update on our summer student intake, the very economical labor component there. What is that looking like?
Robust. It was a very good year. In fact, we do have still the bulk in parks, at least 2 in public works, 3 in public works, 1 in utilities, 2 in utilities, and 1 in administration. So it went a lot smoother than previous years, just with some changes to the hiring process. Onboarding is always the challenge, but every slot is filled. We generally lose one or 2 off the hop, or at least early in, but no, we do have our 17 as budgeted, I believe, all filled.
Thank you. I believe that. Councillor Daly?
Well, that is great news about the summer students. CA Williams, that is the more the merrier, I like to say. Thank you, Mayor Dahl. My concern is going back to your accident incident report in regards to follow-up to these reports that are given. Can you highlight to me what is done in those instances? Because some of these, when I look at personal injuries ones, as far as like the last one being stuck by an object, that's concerning to me, and that somebody definitely was not in the right mindset at that moment. So just a comment and maybe some clarification.
Totally fair question. That certain instance where you spoke to is certainly an error, and that has to be addressed at the personnel level, which I won't speak to. But going back to trends, if I had to pick 2 trends that I want to put words in directors' mouths, but that I noticed through the review, PPE, or the lack thereof, and equipment operation. A lot of injuries, for example, are just not wearing gloves related. Some is strain, and some is just icy conditions that's hard to avoid. With equipment damage, for example, I would chalk it up 50-50 to just operator inexperience, but also noticing trends with certain equipment that just are either really top heavy in terms of our our tool cap machines, as they're called, so they tip or get stuck easy. That gets recorded as an incident, or just have a lot of blind spots and are built really, I would say, ineffectively, which, like our trackless machines that plow the sidewalks, those are prone light post kissers. So but the follow-up is every incident's investigated, and again, we're not in the realm where we want to punish people for anything egregious, just because I think it discourages health and safety practices from being reported or being rectified. But I think our Health and Safety Committee has really taken a turn where they are focusing on that prevention aspect and identifying, can we do this through engineering controls? And you'll see when our fleet policy comes forward, hopefully by the end of May. Part of that rationale will be only buying vehicles with backup cameras. And when it comes to budget 2025, which was cut from budget 2024, with parks machinery, with more heavy equipment, backup cameras, but also equipment that's more ergonomic for the operator to avoid what we're seeing from, clipping dog bag dispensers to backing up into vehicles. So, but it's always a work in progress.
Did you want to add to that, please?
Yeah, just a comment. I'm glad to hear that we're looking at this as a learning experience, and that we're not going punitive or giving them disciplinary acts on that. That's good to hear, and I also am glad to hear that there's an educational component to when an incident takes place as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through you to CO Williams. Going back to the Mountain View Power, for the media and people perhaps listening, could you just clarify what the prudential is and what the potential cash call could be due to that, just in case someone's listening and would wonder?
Yeah, a good question. It's a question we get asked a lot from new subscribers. So the prudential is a word used by the Alberta Energy System Operator, or AESO. They're responsible for regulating electricity in the province, including sales that retailers such as Mountain View Power have. For every subscriber that's signed up, everyone in this room that has a utility bill, AESO requires a deposit. For most residences, it's a flat fee of $100, but it does depend on your consumption. So it can be as high as $400 or $500 in the case of commercial properties. So that means if Mountain View Power, with its current 2,800 subscribers, we would have to, in theory, pay anywhere, I'm terrible at arithmetic, 2,800 times 100 as an example fee. Now, that means some rates we have are promotional rates, so people sign up without the prudential because some people don't like paying the $100 up front, so we eat that and we pay the regulator. That adds up because a lot of people don't like to pay that up front, fair enough, but as that is being collected or not collected, there's also hedges being made by AESO where they would want more insecurity based on how many customers you have. And that's the moving target. It's really difficult to quantify, but sometimes it's $100 per subscriber, but some of the people we have, it used to start as maybe $40 per subscriber. So we've had cash calls, not recently, but before the town took it over for $95,000 in one quarter, for example, just based on AESO's assessment. But for people that do pay the prudential, it's 100% refundable when you leave as well, plus you accrue interest on that at 5%. So even though $100 at 5% is not a lot, if you're in there for 10, 20 years, it is still money working for you. But prudential is still an obligation, a bit of a moving target set by the Alberta Energy System Operator.
Thank you for sharing that information. I'd like to get a motion at this time, please. Who would like to put the motion? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that council accepts the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer quarterly report as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will now call for the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Here's the W's there. Walsh, Wilson. Very good. Development permit. And we do have Mr. Sloan here. Page 147, please, item 5C.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This development permit application is for an 8-unit apartment building at 5129 51st Street in the Central Commercial District. The apartment building includes or all 8 units would be 3-bedroom units, and the building contains a storage room, bicycle parking, and amenity space on the rooftop for residents. This application requires council approval for one variance now, following the third reading of bylaw amendment 2024-11 earlier today. So there are a number of variances, a couple other variances requested for this permit. The only one that administration can't approve now is the 50% variance to driveway width. So the maximum driveway width in the town of Olds is 10 meters. This application proposes a 15-meter driveway at the front, which is a 50% variance. The rationale provided in 2 ways from the applicant. One is they need this to make their parking, or to get closer, to minimize the variance for parking requirements. Having 6 stalls at the front brings them up to a total of 11, including the loading zone, and the bylaw requirement is now 12. Adding the 5 meters allows them to fit 2 more parking stalls on the front. It does take 1 on-street parking stall, but that can be calculated into these calculations. Loading zone can be considered as one of the parking spaces in meeting the requirement. For an 8-unit apartment building, the assumption is that the loading zone can be booked for moves, but 99% of the time it's available for residents to use as a regular parking space, so it can be included in the calculations. The other variances required are to parking, the 8% variance to number of parking stalls, and a 9% variance on the front. With this driveway, the stalls reach 2.5 meters wide, which is a standard in other municipalities, but in Olds we require 2.75 meter width in the front. In the rear, they're meeting that requirement with the 2.75 meters. This proposal aligns with policies in the Uptown Olds Area Redevelopment Plan for promoting higher density residential in the periphery of the commercial core of Uptown. And the recommendation is that council approve development permit application 24-027 as presented, subject to the conditions listed in the attached draft development permit, which was not in the agenda package, but is here in one of the tabs on the screen.
Thank you very much. And it is on the screen. I'll open the floor at this time for council questions, and we'll start with Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a quick question here on the width of the driveway. Is there any architectural or environmental reason to limit the width of a driveway to 10 meters, or is that a political choice or aesthetics choice made by previous council?
Thank you. I believe in many cases it is to mitigate drainage concerns. If on a typical residential street with houses, if it's all driveway, then we do see issues where it's draining from one onto the neighbor's driveway without grass in between to help, that helps carry it to the street. And just having more permeable surface helps with draining, with stormwater draining into the ground rather than all running into the street and into our storm system. The other reason would be to still provide spaces for on-street parking. Like I say, having this variance allows for 2 additional spaces on site, off-street, but it does take 1 on-street parking space off that street.
Did that help? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cummings.
Thank you. So to our earlier conversation, when we talked to the land use bylaw adjustments that we did earlier today, we talked about stormwater drainage options being taken into consideration to lessen the amount of space that we require for green space, for instance. If we're taking away green space and making a greater parking space, have the developers in this case come up with or talk to you at all about any other storm water mitigation counters to this increase in drainage potential?
Yes, thank you. This applicant has provided a number of different stormwater management drawings and grading plans for the site. It all does drain. It split. They propose split drainage where some goes towards the lane, but the bulk of the water is carried forward by the grading on site to the street. As far as more retention and slowing of the release of that stormwater, this was one of the applicants that asked about retention on site to then release at a slower rate. This was the first applicant to bring that topic up with us and asking if they did that, does it allow for, does it change any of what we can approve? And it isn't, there wasn't in our bylaw that we could change any of the requirements for them providing that, but it is something they plan to do.
Thank you. Continue.
No, that's great because it does make making this decision a little bit easier if they're also looking at mitigating the effects of having the wider space there. So thank you very much for that answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you. CEO William.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dell. Sorry to butt in. I'll just add a bit more context to stormwater because that and sanitaries generally are concerned. So Uptown is obviously a very old area of town, and only some of the infrastructure has been replaced. So this development underwent full cammering assessment of the sanitary and storm lines. But just like pipes under the ground, should this higher density residential idea take off in Uptown Olds, there's going to be certainly more parameters we're going to have to apply at the administrative level to ensure that, let's say, the entire street is not 10-meter driveways. But given that they're the first in, it provides them with a little bit more leeway than perhaps a developer 5 or 10 years from now, when our sanitary might be at more capacity or we may have more at-grade parking without curbs. But for now, I think certainly we're excited to see a developer bring to us stormwater mitigation techniques, and the changes done on the green space requirements in the bylaw amendment will allow us to see what options people have for us as opposed to the inverse, us giving them options. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle.
Thank you. That was very proactive. Go ahead.
Sorry, I realized I said that there were two reasons or two rationales provided by the applicant, and then I gave one. The other one is for existing landscaping on site. There's a mature tree on the front corner of this lot. If we were to flip, I had asked if we could flip and put the 6 parking stalls at the back along the lane and only 4 at the front. Then they would have to put the loading zone at the front, which requires a variance because our bylaw requires loading zones to be at the back, but also inputting the parking spaces, the barrier-free handicap stall and loading zone at the front, they would have to get rid of that mature tree. So they have chosen to do this because they're trying to keep some of that existing landscaping, which again helps with drainage and mitigation.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Through you to Planner Sloan, in the application and in the maps, it looks like there's encroachment on the one lot by 8 feet. Is that correct? Has there been a change or a subdivision that's happened between those 2 lots?
Yes, thank you. It is one parcel. It is 2 lots. So when it talks about being on lot 12 and 13, or a portion of lot 12 and all of lot 13, that's lots 12 and 13 as they were defined in 1903, I believe, is when the original subdivision took place. There has since been consolidation. So the parcel itself is just one parcel. It is all owned by them. It's all one title, and it comprises all of Lot 13 and 8 feet of Lot 12.
So how does that affect the existing house building that's there, that's on the lot that's going to be left without development or new development?
So the house that was on this parcel was demolished. It's still in the aerial photos, but it's not there. So this development will take up most of the parcel. Like, so the building will be on Lot 13 and a portion of Lot 12. That is all this parcel. So it will be on the east side, 1.7 meters from the property line, and on the west side, the building will go to, I believe it's about 2.9 meters from the western property line.
So just to clarify, there is no dwelling on the east side of this then? It's been demolished as well?
Yes, there's no building at all right now on the entire parcel.
Thank you.
There's just the grass. That's it. That's what you see. Anyone else Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. We were just clarifying whether Councillor Daly had some other supplemental question. I just have, just for clarification, so this would be, this is classified as C1, so originally this would have been, as a permitted use, it would have had commercial in the bottom and residential on the top. Is that correct? And this is just going to be all residential then?
Yes,
Just
that's
for
correct.
clarification.
If there was a commercial component on the ground floor, then it would have been a permitted use from the beginning.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, and through you to the Development Officer Sloan. For me, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I don't know if you're able to comment or not, but was the picture I see, I think on page 150, is that, do you know, fairly representative of what the developer is going to deliver? Or is that just an architectural or a stock photo, or are we reasonably comfortable that this is what he would intend to build and erect?
Yes, thank you for the question. This is a representation, an accurate representation of what will be built. The most recent plans just came in on Friday after they've been having conversations with the building inspector as well to make sure that everything complies with the building code. So they had some minor adjustments to make. So this is what came in as recently as last week. The only piece I can see looking at this that might not be what we see on the ground is the foliage along the roof. I'm not sure if that would look exactly like that.
There's a patio up there, and I'm sure there'll be greenery eventually. Supplemental, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And just, whether it's with this development or others, can you talk a little bit about our process as far as looking at what I'll call the pedigree of a developer? Do we look at perhaps previous other projects he's done, whether it be in town here or within Alberta elsewhere? Do we do that sort of a check to see and give ourselves an assurance on how and what he's done elsewhere?
In practice, I do, but more out of curiosity to see where else they've been building in the province, what their experience is. As far as when it comes to reviewing and processing the permit, that's not part of the steps that I take.
Gil Williams?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And to Councillor Wilson's comment, it's a good question because it's near impossible to have a standardized process because all development looks different. But in this case, and what we're seeing in higher density and certainly industrial interest, this came through our EDO, for example. Several years ago, they did a site tour along with Mayor Dahl and lost track for a while, picked up again. But she, as part of her investor-developer engagement, has a I can't remember the exact term for it, but a due diligence process. And I know for industrial development, just as a matter of process, we pull registry reports and litigation reports on those developers before we devote a lot of time to them. And that does pay dividends in some respects also. I think should high-density residential start to take off here, we would implement a similar, for the $300 or $400 it costs to pull those reports. Sometimes it's certainly, but these people happen to follow that exact process just through that relationship.
Thanks, Kyle. Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And question about parking. With the amendment that we just made in the land use bylaw, on page 19, it mentions a 3-bedroom unit should have 1.5 parking spots per dwelling. Does that apply in this situation? And if so, is that the variance that we're going to look at? Because right now they're looking at 11 parking stalls plus 1 for the loading zone. So I was just wondering if they should be at 15. Am I correct at that calculation?
Thank you. For a 3-bedroom unit at 1.5, it would be 1.5 times 8 is the requirement, which is 12. So their total is 10 parking stalls identified on the plan, plus the loading zone identified separately. So they're up to 11. There's still 1 short of the 1.5 per unit, which is 12. So that being the 8% variance.
Thank you. Sorry, my calculations were off there, but thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for the question. Very good. You've been able to answer the questions directly. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. At this time, I believe my council may be ready for a motion on the floor, please. Councillor Blatz?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council approve development permit application DP 24-027 as presented, subject to the conditions listed in the attached draft development permit.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blatz, and thank you, Council, for your questions. Mr. Sloan, thank you. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We will, does council need a break for 5 minutes? I'm going to call a recess for 5 minutes, at least. Thank you. I will call a 10-minute recess. We've been going since 1 and it is now 3:30, so 10-minute break. Thank you. Welcome back, and thank you for your patience. We will move forward now to bylaws, and I'm asking council to go to page 196, please. And item 6A, that's bylaw 2024-09 water bylaw. And this is for consideration for second and third reading. Pardon me? Oh. Okay, and I will remind you, please, that there is actually second and third reading on this request for decision. It was just missed on the request for decision. It is on the actual agenda page, though. So I will be seeking first and second reading, and would you like to, second and third reading for this, please? Thank you. Okay, we're going to just move forward then. All right, I'm looking for second reading, please. Deputy Mayor had her hand up, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Dole. I move that council give second reading to water bylaw 2024-09 as presented.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We have no questions? I will call for the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And third and final reading, please, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move the council give third reading to water bylaw 2024-09 as presented.
Thank you. I will now call for the vote, please. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll move down to page 215. It'll take me a minute to get there. Here it is here. And this is bylaw 2024-10 wastewater, item 6B. And introduction consideration be given for all readings. And would you like to speak to this? CAO Williams.
Yeah, just briefly, and then turn it over to Dr. Pedro. So this was sent to council early last week. So it is hefty, and there are some changes, fairly substantial changes from our wastewater section of our current bylaw. So obviously, 3 readings are being asked. If there's significant hurdles we face, we will accept first reading only. But the biggest change was something we communicated just more recently after legal got back to us, and we do want to add in there, given that wastewater challenges we face and the large private property segments in town, that we just kind of reinforcing our authority to enter private lands, to conduct inspections and to order repairs, and then therefore to take on repairs if they're not addressed in a timely fashion. There's a lot to unpack there from that process should it have to be invoked, but that's, I would say, the largest change. And that would include something like sub pumps that we suspect are tied to the municipal sanitary system. Again, a lot more difficult to execute on, but we just wanted to include it in the bylaw so that should a time come or a method process be identified, the ability is there. So just a major change, and I'll turn over to Adrian to give the rest of the introduction.
There we go. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. So that was a good introduction. That is perhaps the largest change. The general theme, I like to call it with all of these bylaws, is just to provide greater clarity and make a more robust bylaw in terms of whether it's water or wastewater, and in this case being wastewater. A few of the items I'd like to highlight, similar to the water bylaw, we are introducing the concept of mandatory connections. There are a number of landowners or properties in town that are still on wells and septic systems. That's a huge issue, something the province has looked at quite in depth over the years, and so they are requiring municipalities to essentially work with those landowners and get those disconnected and put onto the municipal system. So just introducing that concept in here as well. We do have a greater prescriptive section on sewer backup and failure responsibilities and procedures. This is an issue that plagues most municipalities. There isn't enough information in the bylaw in terms of who's responsible for which portion of the service line.
So we've provided greater clarity there. We are introducing this concept of pre-treatment. This was, I believe, 2 lines in the old bylaw. However, it didn't really get into too much detail. But of course, given with a robust commercial and industrial base, that's an important part of that service there. We are outlining requirements for spill and release controls. That was not in the previous bylaw as well. And we are, as CAO alluded to, just providing greater authority to investigate on the testing side, enforcing the bylaw, I&I issues. We are actually establishing prohibited levels, maximum concentration levels for releases into the system. That goes a long way in terms of our treatment. On the treatment side of that, the more we put into the system that's contaminated, obviously the higher the costs are on the treatment end. So those are generally the broader topics discussed, and just expanding on everything that the previous bylaw had in it.
Thank you. I appreciate those updates. I will ask for first reading and start with first reading. Or do you want to go, Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move that council give first reading to wastewater bylaw 2024-10 as presented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Cummings? And if we have further questions, we can all vote, as you are aware, or by consensus.
Just a question for clarification. If we go to page, I think it's 222, paragraph 65 and 66. I'm a little confused about the differentiation between these 2 paragraphs and what they're asking for. So in 65, it looks like you've been there forever, and all of a sudden the water main or the sewer main comes to your property, and you have a different sewer system there. You got to decommission that, bring in your line. The second one just is, in my mind, it seems to be saying the exact same thing except for the decommissioning of the existing sewer system. So I'm just, is there a differentiation here that I'm missing other than that?
So section 66, that would speak to if they're immediately adjacent to the sanitary sewer system. 65 is a little bit more general, and so similar but different in its application. So 66 would refer to if anyone's not currently connected. So that's the differentiation there.
Does that help you, Councillor Cummings? Thank you. Any further questions? We have first reading on the floor from Councillor Walsh. All those in favor? That's carried. Second reading, please. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council give second reading to wastewater bylaw 2024-10 as presented.
Thank you very much. I will call for the vote at this time. All those in favor? That's carried. Consideration, please, for third reading. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that council unanimously agrees to consider third reading to wastewater bylaw 2024-10.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried, and we will now move to third and final reading. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council give third reading to wastewater bylaw 2024-10 as presented.
Thank you. I will call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, moving down to page 230 in your agenda, item 6C. This is the water conservation, introduction, and also consideration be given for all readings. CEO Williams?
Thank you, and I'll just add again with context and pass it over to Director Pedro. This, for clarity, is not our drought management plan, which is forthcoming from the Water Commission. So the water conservation bylaw is a permanent document which shows the steps he will take to conserve water in the event of an emergency, such as a reservoir failure, like occurred a few years ago, or in the event of some other municipality in our control. So this is something that's going to exist forever. It is an amalgamation of what was in the previous bylaw, along with a few other documents I shared with council, one being the Mountain View Regional Water Commission's restriction policies that been in place for some time now, and just our general water safety plan from Alberta Environment. So that is fairly static in what existed already. It's now just in one place in a separate bylaw. But there is one significant change, I would argue, and that is water conservation and what the town proposes to do as a standing preventative item. And I'll turn over to Adrian to explain this better than myself.
So, as alluded to, this was an amalgamation. When looking at water conservation, we did look at best practices across various municipalities. This is, I would say, based on our review, quite in line with what other municipalities are doing. When you think of the context of water conservation, there's always that bylaw that establishes what the requirements or the different restriction levels are. But another part to consider is the public education piece. So there's a lot that's not contained in this bylaw, which is going to speak to a more comprehensive public education piece of what people can do privately on their side that we don't want to necessarily mandate. So on that note, in the bylaw, as CEO alluded to, there is a water conservation plan requirement. This requirement was actually built into the previous bylaw. It hasn't been enforced to date. This is perhaps one of the more stringent requirements based on what we've seen municipalities doing across the province. It's not necessarily common to do this. This is more so a bigger city center requirement. Well, what that does is that asks the developments what they're going to do to encourage water conservation on their property. So that's why in the bylaw we've actually provided 2 templates for developers to submit what they're going to do. We do need to work on a back-end procedure, what that looks like for quote-unquote approving those plans. But it is a big, important step that's going to have to be incorporated in our planning and development reviews and processes there. Jumping back to the rest of the bylaw, so there's the sort of new development requirements. Those will carry forward from the old bylaw. Certain liters per minute or flow requirements, those are, we do receive this question quite a bit. They're not in the building or the plumbing code. These are requirements that the town implemented years ago. The only form of control from a code perspective is within the energy code. It does speak to shower heads and toilets, but it doesn't speak to anything else. So in that sense, this bylaw certainly goes a little bit further. In terms of the drought management plan, we are working with the Water Commission and the province on working through that process right now. That will be the overarching document. So in the event that the drought management plan is triggered, that would supersede this particular plan. It will contain much of the similar information, but the drought management plan itself will be guidelines of what to occur before, during, and after the drought event, responsibilities for council and staff. It's going to go into alternate sources of water. So whether that be on the commission level or on the local municipality level, it is going to go into state of local emergency, those tools such as that, and it's going to look at actual response targets. So it's as much as the 2 documents will coexist, it will be sort of the overarching document here. So happy to answer any questions. I think that pretty much summarizes everything.
Well, thank you very much for that, Director Pedro. I would then ask for first reading, and then we'll go for questions. Councillor Daly?
Thank you. I'll make the motion as well as I have a question. I move that council give first reading to Water Conservation Bylaw 2024-17 as presented.
Forward with your question, please.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. So you had mentioned the number requirements under item number 20, which is all new development and renovations and so forth. And yeah, I understand there needs to be guidelines and that you're following the Canadian standards of what's out there for minimum or maximum water consumption. I always, it kind of brings up a flag for me whenever I see those numbers in a bylaw or in a policy like this, because it dates the policy. And I was just wondering, is there an overall statement that we can make that we follow a certain guide like the Canadian standards, or something that would make this a living document, that it changes as the Canadian standards change for the water usage in these appliances as well? As you know, like for instance, you know, the flow rates on toilets and urinals and so forth, there's even waterless urinals now that they don't use any water whatsoever. There's toilets that use half a liter of water to flush. That's going to the extreme, but I'm just throwing that out there. If there's one general statement that we can conform as the standards in Canada changes as well.
So a couple points there. Section 20 would be outlining the minimum requirements. So if there's any development that wants to go above and beyond and go for the waterless fixtures, that certainly would be encouraged. The other side of that question, we did try and look for that sort of Canadian standard, code being the most logical place for that, but unfortunately there isn't anything in the building code or the plumbing code. It just those two items in the energy code that speak to fixtures. So as much as I think the intent is there, I don't know which document we could refer to in this case, which could be challenging.
Well, at least you're aware now anyways. We'll go with Councillor Blatz and then Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And with council's consideration, I would just like to ask if under Schedule A, Level 1, where we have the following residential uses are permitted on odd and even numbered days, depending on your address, if we could actually add a time restriction to that, say from 10 a.m. in the morning until perhaps 7 p.m. at night. I think when you do any kind of research and look at when other communities, for example, have this in there, and also for people to make awareness through the education that will be forthcoming, that it's really not a benefit to you to be watering your lawn at this point in time or during this time of the day. So I think if we have it more clear and succinct within this bylaw, I think that might make it a little bit more clear to our residents. So with council's consideration, if they would consider amending it and including this, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Question would be, how do we determine that time restriction? Like, when you say time restriction, are you just saying specific days and
depending on
evening, morning, night?
Yeah, well, no, depending on what day you're allowed to water, you are not allowed to water between 10 a.m. in the morning and 7 p.m. until 7 p.m. at night.
I understand. CEO?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I have seen these before, and if council wants a certain time added in, I don't think it's of concern to us, because we can't enforce this necessarily, but as we all saw, or most of us saw with Okotoks' presentation, I believe during the Alberta Muni's drought issue, it was more of a self-enforcement that they went with, a community 3 times our size. So if council is, by consensus, wants that added, we can research what other bylaws say and add something appropriate in there.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz, for that. And I'll just ask by consensus if council is in agreement with that. Very good. Majority says yes. Thank you for that. Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So paragraphs 19 to 22 talk about development permits and water conservation within the development process. I'm just curious as to whether this would be better placed in our group of development bylaws and procedures that we have set aside for developers. We talked about the land use bylaw and the MDP being reviewed this year and next year. It just seemed like I'm happy for them to be here now because they need a place to be. But I would like to see some effort, them put into a place with the development permit process. So we don't have developers looking all over the place at places they wouldn't normally look at to do their development process. I mean, if I'm looking to build a building, I'm certainly not looking at the water conservation bylaw. I'm looking at the building code when it comes to what kind of toilets I put in my building. So this is kind of an odd spot to keep it. Like I said, I'm happy for it to be here right now because we need it to be somewhere. But I would like to see a plan to have it put in more relevant documents for developers in the future.
Thanks. My question would be, could we put it in a couple, like could we put it in both, just so it's in our water bylaw, and then I'll move it, CO?
Yeah, to your point, yeah, it can be in both as long as I think it's one takes supremacy because it's referenced. But to Councillor Cummings' point, yeah, as we review the LUB and amend it, just like we asked for stormwater management plans in certain situations, this will be part of that as well. And even though, I don't want to say most developers, but many do not even look at our current land use bylaw. They just look at the permit application that they have. So we'll have to also build administrative process document to inform them as well. But I think to your question, yeah, it should exist alongside other servicing requirements, alongside sanitary or stormwater. So.
Thank you for that question. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Through you to CEO, could we not just, make it a small line saying reference it to another document, because I do think it's important for it to be here, but they should have it in their reference it for the other things like the land use bylaw, but that would be my preference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as long as it's referenced that if the water conservation plan has supremacy and the LUB says reference this bylaw, we could, in theory, in the public portion advertisement of the bylaw on our website, we could keep that schedule in there, but then change it without having to go back to council as it might be updated by the other bylaw. So
the reference sorry? Oh, go ahead, Director Pedro.
No, I just wanted to say I certainly do agree. Development applications currently do have a sort of a checklist of what is required. So we would have to look into how to incorporate these types of requirements into that list. So it goes for the entire new development requirement section as well as the water conservation plan. That would have to be included as part of that development approval process as well. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it sounds like administration will be accommodating us on the references. Any further questions? All right, then. We have a motion for first reading from Councillor Daly. I will now call the vote. Those in favor? Yeah, as amended. Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Second reading, please. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that council gives second reading to Water Conservation Bylaw 2024-17 as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? Thank you. And consider third reading, please. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council unanimously agrees to consider third reading to Water Conservation Bylaw 2024-17.
Thank you. I will then call for the vote. Those in favor? That's carried. Third and final reading. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council give third reading to Water Conservation Bylaw 2024-17 as amended.
Thank you. I will now call the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. And thank you. That was for the work that was put into that, Director Pedro. We'll Page 242, please. Item 6D, and this is bylaw 2024-18 supplementary assessment bylaw. I believe Director Linderman, you're speaking to this? Thank you.
Thank you. At the last regular council meeting, council requested administration to bring back the supplementary assessment bylaw. I'll quickly run through a couple small notes on supplementary assessment. So every year, a supplementary assessment bylaw must be passed prior to May 1st. The supplementary assessment process captures the value added to a property from new construction during that current taxation year. Typically, when assessment is done, it's at condition as of December 31st. So this would mean any new construction that has happened between January 1st and August 31st would now be captured and taxed in that current year. In the town of Olds, we have done supplementary assessments for years 2018 to 2021. Included in the RFD, I had a small table there you see on your screen that showed the net revenue from this process. I do want to note, though, that taking into account in the cost was not administrative costs, so there is that cost of mailing, preparing the notices and mailing them out, and then, of course, all the questions that do come from the supplementary assessment. With that, I will just open it up to questions.
For that, Director Linderman. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dahl. I would like to put a motion on the floor and then ask a question if that's called.
Thank you for your, please move forward.
Thank you. I move that supplementary assessment bylaw 2024-18 is given first reading. And I guess rather than a question, I would have more of a comment. And I think that the way I see this bylaw being in place is the fact that you do capture those residents and commercial users outside of the regular taxation year. So this would be January to August, as Director Lindeman has just mentioned. And these people are moving into town, or builders are building. They're using our services, they're using our roads, water, sewer, everything that other residents are using or other commercial users are using. And we should be capturing that tax accordingly. And that's my feeling on this whole thing. I'd asked Director Lindeman at one point whether or not this should automatically be just an automatic thing that we do. But apparently, we have to pass a bylaw every year. So that's my 2 cents on this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. My opinion on this hasn't changed since the last time we voted on a supplementary budget bylaw. These dollar amounts are inconsequential for the amount of work that's required to be done to earn these amounts, unless we're talking a boom construction year, which happens in this town, if you look at the stats, once every 10 to 15 years. I don't believe it's economically viable to have a bylaw like this to account for the couple $1,000s we may or may not get back. And like Director Lindeman had just mentioned, this is only looking at a net revenue with the assessor's expense on there, not the actual town administration expense on this as well. So I would even reduce that further than it is now, making it even less consequential of a tax revenue source. And I understand that every dollar counts here and there, but it still has to be at least a significant amount. And I just can't see it. I didn't see it last time. Council didn't see it last time either, and we voted it down. I would recommend we maintain that same procedure.
Thank you. We'll go through the questions first. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, through you to either CO Williams or Director Linderman. So really, how much would you anticipate that we would see, unless we had a boom year, for administrative work? We maybe see 4 or 5 notices that would have to be sent out approximately per se on a good year. So there wouldn't be a tremendous amount, would it there be, on administrative side? I don't want to put anybody on the spot with this question, but I think we need that clarity to find out exactly, is this going to be cumbersome, to have this bylaw put in place?
I'm trying to think back to 2021, even how many were sent out. So just because the net revenue is only 4,500, or the supplementary tax, say, was 6,000, that is a prorated number as well. So there are quite a few that make up that number. So say the house was finished in July, they're only taxed then from July to December, right? So that it's prorated. So I'm trying to think back. I would say there was 10 to 15 in that year. And subsequent, like, every person does call because they're not used to having that supplementary tax.
Supplemental, and then we'll go to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, through you, I guess, probably to CEO Williams. So then would our new multi-unit developments that we're in the process of putting through, would they fall under this too? Would they not be part of this supplementary tax assessment?
Nothing has started to date, but in theory, next year, if depending on the condition date, which is July 1st, they have progress between then and right now, February 20 or April 2025, they would fall under that. But again, it's difficult to ascertain what kind of supplementary tax revenue is out there, but based on a growth of the 1.6% that I spoke to last time, I would say that the realm of $10,000 to $15,000 is my estimate of what could be gained, but I might be high on that as well. But I just know building hasn't taken off so much in 2023 and early part of 2024. So we're still sitting at maybe 15 new permits, I would say. But yeah, that's the best guess I can have.
For that answer, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I think I have just more of a comment or two than a question, but I'm certainly conscious of the size of the prize, and when I look at the history from 2018 to 2021, not a significant, what I'll call tax revenue prize. You got to keep in mind as well, 2021 were pandemic years. Given that our window here, as Director Linderman said, stretches from January to August, I agree. I think this is something that should be, the supplementary tax bylaw should be looked at every year. I don't know if we've got enough activity percolating right now to justify anything in the year 2024. And again, given that our window expires in August, but as things start to percolate here and we get more and more units, the CEO previously indicated we've got potentially 4 multi-unit permits coming our way. 30 plus units. Will those be built in the next 4 months? Highly unlikely. But I think if we continue to look at the building permits and development permits, I certainly see this as something being looked at quite closely on an annual basis as we start to move forward. And I guess my question to the director is, so what drives the review then? Are that we would say, on December 31, this was a vacant piece of dirt, and now on July 1, it's now a residential building, it's a house. Are we driven to that by driving around doing inspections, by building permits, by development permits? How are we flagging to those? Thank you.
The best example is 2018, where I just, even though I wasn't here, it was Sundial. And that's coming from a county background. That's what gauged our decision, that if you had that large plant property that takes multi-years to build, this is a tool to make sure that they're paying their fair share incrementally. And that's why 2018 stands out so much, that Sundial was in fact, in that multi-year stage development. So I think the other thing that would drive it is just your housing starts, which you now track, we track monthly, but you see them quarterly. Obviously, if we get up to the 90 realm, it makes a lot more sense, I would say. But for council right now, I think it's more of the optics politics that you have to gauge, that if you want to make this a recurring process, I think it's better to do it every year to keep it in people's minds, like Councillor Ryan said. But if you don't think it's worth starting this year, that's totally logical as well, based on what we see before us. There's no clear methodology. It's just those large industrial developments or significant housing starts tend to drive decision making.
Thank you for that, CEO Williams. We're going to Deputy Mayor and back to Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Again, I'm just saying that regardless of the money, I am not really concerned about it being a small amount of money. What I'm concerned about is that everybody pays. And people are using the services that we have. They're using our facilities, and they should be paying. And that's as simple as that. Like CEO Williams has said, fair. It's all about being fair. So that's my point. I'm also going to point out to Councillor Cummings that the last time this came to council, I was not in attendance, and it was a 3-3 tie. So it wasn't an overwhelming majority, and I was not here. So I just wanted to make sure that that was pointed out. And for the final comment, to me, it's just being totally fair. And I think that what we could do would be to have a standard letter that would go out to the builder to share with the people who are, going to purchase the building, to say that this is a supplementary tax, and so it would alert them when they buy that they would have to pay this. And that would reduce the number of phone calls that we get, I imagine. Thank you.
Thank you for recalling that vote was defeated, yes. Before I go, we're Councillor Blatz and then Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. And I guess my final point would be that this is another tool yet in the toolbox, and we are always asking for KPI and matrix on how we can generate a little bit even, maybe what would appear to be an insignificant amount of revenue, but if we pass this year, if it is council's will, and we find that over the next 2 years this is not, or next year this is not something that's really worthwhile, then it could be a future council's decision as well. But I think it is yet again another tool we can use to measure what revenue we potentially could generate. Because as CEO Williams said, if we do happen to get some big industrial or commercial developments, or some of these multi-unit housing, or multi-family housing units built, this could drive it up, potentially drive it all this up. So that would be my final comment.
Very much, Councillor Blatz. Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Cummings. It's administrative costs there, it's got to be actually negative revenue. I have no doubt on the amount of time and effort that this would take. And I think going forward, yeah, we review this every year, and when we do have large amount of projects, whether they're small or medium, and whether they're big, that's when we make this decision. It's a tough, to say you're wanting to be fair, well, the people that are paying their water bill, or they're paying their utility bills, they're not getting away with much on the tax side, to be honest, for 2 or 3 months. It's a very small percentage, so I have no problem just doing this on an annual basis and just throwing it out there just in case we might catch something. It's administrative costs that I would be concerned about.
Thank you very much. Very good. We've pretty well went around the table. We do have a motion on the floor from our Deputy Mayor Ryan for first reading. So at this point, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. So the vote from Councillor Ryan for give first reading. I call the vote. Those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Okay. Thank you for the discussion around the table. We'll now move forward to item 6E on your agenda, please, page 246, and that's the tax rate bylaw looking for second and third reading. Director Lindeman?
Thank you. As the mayor said, we're looking for second and third reading today. The bylaw has changed in the county residential tax rate and the corresponding revenue. That is the only change since first reading. And again, that is just due to Mountain View County passing their tax rate bylaw. Anyone within that annexation area is, gets the lower of our two tax rates. That is the only change.
Well, thank you, Director Linderman. Then I'll ask for, I would ask for second reading then. We've had first reading already, and I'm motion for second reading. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that I move that tax rate bylaw 2024-15 be given second reading as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. And third and final reading, please. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I make the motion that tax rate bylaw 2024-15 is given third and final reading as presented.
And thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now new business on your agenda, page 252, item 7A. That's 252. And this is the Environmental Incentive Program. Did you want to speak to that, C.O. Williams? Or just, okay?
I'll just pass this over to Director Pedro, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So in line with our, bylaw review and water conservation process there, we did want to present council with some options in terms of expanding that program. We currently do have a toilet rebate program that is functional. We have, I think to date, there's about $1,000 that's been funded through that program. So we wanted to expand that to residential rain barrels and residential compost bins. It would be structured similarly to the toilet rebate program in the sense that it would be up to 50% of the purchase of a rain barrel or the compost unit to a maximum of $50. And just another tool in the tool belt for encouraging that conservation side. So we are asking council to allow us to implement those programs.
Well, thank you very much. I think back to the sustainability days when we did all the CEO of the day and the staff were very, very intent in the rain barrel program and everything it brings. It was very, very good, the rebate program, and a lot of people did take note of that. So, a motion, please, to put this on the floor. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council direct administration to implement the environmental incentive programs to incentivize the usage of residential rain barrels and home composters.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz. I will now call for the vote. Those in favor? Thank you. I really believe you'll get a high uptake on that. Well done. Thanks. Page 258, please, item 7B. This is the branch and leaf dump proposal. I believe that's you, Director Pedro?
So in response to the town's removal of the community compost bins, we are proposing that a seasonal branch dump be erected at the town operations center. I would note that this is, being the first year, this would be somewhat of a pilot program in terms of both location on hours of operation, and what perhaps may be acceptable at that branch dump. So we are proposing to have it at the operations center. We've worked with our fire department to determine what the most ideal location would be. So the intent is to essentially build 3 berms with the clay material that we do have in that corner, and then we'd staff it with the seasonal staff, any sort of residents, and this would be open to residents only. We wouldn't be accepting any commercial branches, but they would come, they'd have to pre-register, we would sign them in, and then they can go dump their material in this enclosure that we do construct in the southeast corner. And then eventually at the end of the season, as part of their training exercises, the fire department would come in and burn that material, and then we would dispose of it a variety of ways. So we do have some options there.
That'd be a good program to have for the fire cadets,
Right.
That's, it's only can be good. Anyways, I'd ask for a motion to get it on the floor, please. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council approves the provisions for seasonal branch dump as presented.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Cummings?
I'm a little curious, if we look at the financial considerations tally sheet there, why the differentiation in cost per hour for summer staff, weekday and weekend? It just seems a little odd to me if you have a schedule built for the weekend that they'd be charged or paid $10 more to work on a Saturday than they are on a weekday. It just doesn't seem, I don't pay my weekend staff any more than I pay my weekday staff. So I'm just confused about the $10 difference in hour wage there.
Yeah, we built this as essentially a worst case scenario for those costs. The ability to have that summer staff scheduled is really going to be dependent on what the workload looks like. So we may not want to necessarily remove that person's hours during the weekdays. So we perhaps could look at an overtime situation, which is why that's in there. If we can pre-schedule and just have that person on the weekends, we would certainly look at doing that, but this is just sort of worst case scenario.
Is it at all like a standby? We used to do that in the past, and that's what they used to, this looks very familiar to that.
Similar, yes.
Further questions? Deputy Mayor Ryan?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl, through you to Director Pedro. With regards to the days of the week that you picked or the timing involved, how did you come across that in particular? Like, I was thinking if this is a pilot project, maybe have one weekday and one weekend, and, you know, if we needed more, you could always add another weekday for next year, but it just seems that if we're just piloting this and seeing what kind of uptake we get from residents, that it might be best to just to pick one weekday and and then the Saturday, but I'm just wanting to find out from you about what your thoughts were with regards to picking the two nights or 2 days or whatever they are.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it was really just to break it out evenly, to provide residents with some more options. If council wishes, we certainly could reduce those days. If we want to do just the 1 weekday, whether that's, you know, Tuesday, Thursday, or any other day in the weekend day, we can certainly look at that.
Well, if it's a pilot project, how are we going to determine it if we haven't seen how you've tried your trial? I would recommend that we let you at least try it if council is I love the idea and the question from Deputy Mayor Ryan. However, speaking, we have nothing to actually compare it to. So anyways, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. I think based on what we've heard so far, I think it will be quite well used. It's just a matter of zoning into those particular times and days, of course.
Feedback for sure. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dahl. Again, through you to Director Pedro. So what would you try to vary if you're doing Tuesdays and Thursdays, would you try to do like a morning one of the days and an evening another day? Like, so that we can get a good idea once we're done this season, what worked and what didn't work?
So initially, the proposal was for the weekdays to be 8 hours a day. 8 hours per weekday was the intent.
Okay.
That's your proposal for your pilot project. Very good.
But, sorry, supplemental. But when you did the totaling of the numbers, did that come out for that? Because when I looked at it, I was thinking automatically that you had 8 hours for weekday times 18 weeks, that's one person. And if you're doing 8 hours of 1 day, that's 1 day. That's not 2 days. So did you did the calculation come out properly? I'm not sure.
I would have to recheck those figures. We could be a little off there. Yeah.
Well, thank you for bringing that to Director Pedro's attention. This is a proposal. Did you want to add to that, Director Pedro?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Good point to share with Director Pedro, for sure. Councillor Cummings?
Thanks. And further to Councillor Ryan's additional mathematics there. So the 28-22 would be 56-44 based on the hours Director Pedro has there. So I'm just adding the other two numbers here. So we have a better idea of what the price tag is to this before we vote on it. It would be $10,200 or $10,300 as opposed to $7,400, just so we have a better idea of what we're voting on there.
Well, that's fair comment as well, but again, that's a very good comment. It is a truer picture, and I do want to hear. Actually, we'll go with Councillor Blatz first.
Well, just for clarity's sake, we're only manning this with one summer student, are we not? So I did 8 hours at 1960 times 18 is 28.
But it's 16 hours because it's Tuesdays and Thursdays for 8-hour shifts.
Oh, true. Yes, sorry. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Clarity, we've got a couple of changes on your request for decision, but we also know that you are giving this to us as a proposal to which you can bring it back to us. So if we vote on this as a proposal, council will make their decision on their vote anyways. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Daly. Deputy Mayor Ryan?
Well, thank you, Mayor Dolan, through you to CEO Williams. Then, you know, the costs have gone up now here to $10,000. What, you know, where are we getting the budget money for that? Well, since we didn't do the tax, supplementary tax, thinking to get a few more extra dollars, just saying that we're now looking at 10,000 instead of 7,000. And, you know, if we took down one day, to one weekday, we could save a little money there.
This proposal was totally dependent on you passing that supplementary tax. No, I'm joking. Yeah, and also, since this is a best case scenario, let's call it $10,000, similar to the incentive program you just passed. Generally speaking, in our $38 million operating budget, it's somewhat immaterial, but obviously the more you have $10,000 unbudgeted expenses, they do add up. So I don't want to minimize that impact. However, there's also not a great way to determine need, I guess, or usage if we don't investigate first. So we totally expect to integrate this into our current budget through wages, contracted services, in the case of, dump fees or hauling, if we have to do that. Speaking longer term, higher level, if this goes well, we are estimating we're going to have a bit of pushback from the business community and from the county community as well, who use Olds for various purposes. This potentially could have a revenue offset if we have more time to develop the program, and even for a location. Ideally, this would happen at the snow dump, but as it is right now, the ground, the fence, all have to be adjusted. So before we do that investment, I think proving this out, seeing what the revenue requirement is based on not town residents, but certainly commercial and non-town residents, there's potential here. But I would say we're not fixated on the $10,000 because we can absorb it. But full disclosure, that's not the best budget practice, but it is a pilot project.
You, Councillor Cummings?
Well, I'm happy that the administration is looking at the future cost revenue recovery process. That's always great. And with regards to the $10,000, I appreciate the idea that you're pulling the numbers out for us to see exactly what this project is costing, but our summer staff budget is already approved and paid for. So although we're putting in the now $8,000 of that $10,000 to this particular activity, we've already budgeted for and allowed for the funding of the summer students. So it's not new funding, it's just giving them a different task to do than what task they would normally have, right? So it's not a new budget expense, it's just reallocation or repurposing the funds we've already got there. So I'm perfectly happy with that, perfectly happy with the $10,000. I think this is a great trial, a great process to try. We talked about it a lot when we talked about taking away the 6-yard recycle bins or compost bins in the community, that this would be something we would need to do to offset the green bin loss. So I'm perfectly happy with this.
Thank you, and so I'd ask Councillor Daly if he would have a friendly amendment to change that to the 10,300. It's not, it's just an estimate anyways, that's true. All right, there's still a motion on the floor. Very good. Thank you for that, Councillor Cummings. I think we're ready for the vote now. No more questions? All right, motion from Councillor Daly then on the floor to approve as presented. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you for all the information sharing around the table. That was very good. Now we will move down to item 7C, page 260, please. Thank you very much. This is the bylaw only that will be giving direction to our CEO for. That's what we're asking for today. Just gonna put 'em- I'd ask for a motion, please. Councillor Cummings.
I move that council direct the chief administrative officer to prepare an ad hoc committee bylaw for the council code of conduct bylaw review, and that it be brought forward to a future council meeting for consideration.
Thank you, and just for your information, there'll be further information sent to you from myself once this has been drafted by the CAO. So the motion on the floor, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for that. And item, page 262, please, and this is our correspondence and information. Motion, oh, 262, where'd you go? Here we go. Correspondence and information, and who would like to make that motion? Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the correspondence and information report ending April 22nd, 2024 be received for information.
Questions to any of the two correspondence that were provided here? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? That's carried. And 266 is reports from council, boards, committees, and commissions. And a motion, please. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that the reports from council, authorities, boards, committees, and commissions ending April 22nd, 2024 be received for information.
Thank you very much. All the reports that have been submitted as presented here. In the agenda, we have Councillors Blatz and Ryan and myself, and I will go around the table, starting with Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this morning, I attended the Mountain View Regional Waste Management Commission, AGM, and regular council meeting where we had our audited financial reports. I will be submitting them to administration to add into the future agendas, whatever. The pretty much different numbers, but same report that we received today. Same gentleman, Jeff, gave the same presentation, so it was all good to go. There was just one point at our meeting that I wanted to share with everybody that's kind of important. So in just some numbers here right off the bat. So in 2013, we were putting 0.3 tons into a cubic meter of airspace in our landfill. Since Michael and his team have really geared towards increasing that number, we're at 1.01 ton per cubic meter. What that has in effect done is taken our close date. In 2017, our close date would have been 2032. Today, it's been pushed to 2048 because of that change in airspace tonnage. What that does is it creates greater revenue impact over that time frame, which reduces our costs to each municipality. So that's a win-win in every respect when it comes to the landfill. Two things to note with with the Waste Commission as well. We've been hearing rumors, and Kneehill County is having a public hearing to a land use bylaw change to authorize a landfill in Kneehill County down by Coronation. That may impact our business. So that's something we're keeping an eye on, as well as EPR. EPR Management Organization is going to consider our landfill as an option for their waste diversion, which would be increased revenue but decreased airspace for the municipalities to use. But it's something we're considering. Other than that, there was really nothing else out of the ordinary I participated in the month of April.
Thank you, and Councillor Walsh?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, April's been a pretty light month for myself also. Attended all council meetings. April 3rd, EDAC meeting was held. And I must say, it's still in the being built in the foundation stages, and I think it's going to be a fairly robust foundation by the time it's finished, so I'm looking forward to that. April 9th, EDAC also had a Access to Capital team meeting, inviting community members to come in and discuss that process, and again, at some formative stages. And other than that is the library board meeting on April 17th, and the only big news coming out of there is they're hosting an anonymous artist show and auction online, May 6th to 11th, and it's a fundraiser. If you really want to contribute, you can go down to the library, get a free canvas, do up your picture and submit it, and it's anonymous online, and see what you can garner by the way of sales. You get to keep some of the money if you want to, and donate the rest back to the library if you wish, but it's the second year to see how it turns out again. So it's a fun thing to do if you have any artist ability.
Art is art. Everybody has the ability. Thank you for sharing that. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. Just outside of the regular council activities, the one board that I sit on, the OFL board, we continue to meet monthly, and as we did last week, the board met, and as the CEO alluded to earlier, we had the presentation from Matrix, who are the auditors for OFL, Olds Fiber Limited. They presented to the board. There are a few items to tidy up, but essentially the audit is complete, as I said, except for a few items to tidy up, and then it will come back to the board for final acceptance, and then ultimately, I guess, the annual general meeting. And the good news is OFL is being managed and operated in a reasonably steady state. Again, the CAO mentioned the SBL rollout, very near completion, and yeah, it continues to be managed by the staff competently and quite well. So we'll carry on. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that report. And Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Rural Municipalities Association Conference in Edmonton for 3 days, representing the town of Olds. Participated in a session in response to Minister McIver's questionnaire that he sent out, and that was quite interesting. Attended the Economic Development Action Committee, as Councillor Walsh has indicated, and looking forward to the results coming out of that, as I would agree that it's going to be quite a good foundation, and well recognized, I think, provincially as well, in that what we're hearing from other municipalities in regards to the work that's being done. I also attended the Capital Access meeting on behalf of the EDAC committee as well, and participated in the CAO performance evaluation work that's going on as well. And then I attended the annual volunteer appreciation supper on Friday night as well. And I've submitted a copy of the report to legislative clerk to be included in the meeting, in the minutes.
Thank you very much. And I'd also like to add to some information for CEO Williams to pass on to his staff and especially community services. The volunteer appreciation evening was excellent and nothing but comments and nothing but good stories from the full room of, I think, close to 300 people. 300 people, and congratulations to everyone. Good. We have a motion on the floor right now from Deputy Mayor Ryan. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we will go now to page 341. I knew that I missed a lot of hours in one day this weekend. Chief Administrator Officer report. CEO Williams?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dahl. To the action item list, there's only one thing added, which was just dealt with, the supplementary tax bylaw. And we have a few larger items that start to be due at the end of May. So that's it. And I think I just have one or two verbal things to report. You may notice in town there's leak detection going on. So this involves town being broken down into what I believe is 6 quadrants, and then, or 4 quadrants technically, and sensors being placed on every single valve in that quadrant. So it's a very labor-intensive process. What that does is give us a very robust look at the water system under the ground using the latest technology. We have found several what we consider significant leaks, and as I mentioned before in my report, and many people have probably seen, 61st Avenue in the southwest of town has been one of those. This week they're starting in the uptown core, which includes much of East Olds. We, again, getting initial data from there. And this is part of that identification effort that will bring a report to council. We'll probably do a preliminary report sometime next month, and then certainly by June, if we have more capital dollar asks for those repairs, a more robust report. You also see RFP in the newspaper and perhaps online for sanitary camera work. We the amount of time it takes our crews to camera a sanitary line is significant when you extrapolate that over 100 kilometers of sanitary network in addition to building the reports. So we are going to, out of the current capital budget, fund third party to do that, which will take them 3 to 4 weeks, and also build a report on the entire state of our sanitary network. And this will also help, let's say, back to high density housing, because we do a lot of that legwork ourselves right now. This will give us a electronic turnkey report on at least the state of our sanitary system, each part of town. So it is much more investigative work than I guess we would prefer. I mean, spending dollars on fixing is always great, but we want to make sure that the things we are fixing are the priorities. So for the next month or two, investigation, and then by summer, council will almost certainly see another capital ask in front of it for an unbudgeted project. So that's all I had with the CA report.
Very good. I will get a motion on the floor first, and if council has questions, they can go from there. Councillor Daly?
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that the Chief Administrative Officer report be accepted for information.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Does council have any questions with regards to the CAO report? Councillor Cummings?
Thank you. CEO, you mentioned earlier at our last meeting about the rail line on Highway 27 being worked on. I did see that they've been working on that. I drove over it unexpectedly the other day. They've taken away all of the pieces that level that road out. Do we have any two-way communication with the people who are doing that work so we can have a timeline? I mean, they just ripped out all of the parts that make it passable without breaking your vehicle, and I would love to know when they're going to be done that.
That's a fair question, and right now it's CP Rail. They did the repair, and both ourselves and Volker Steven have communicated to them that the current state is just not safe nor acceptable. Unfortunately, in that right-of-way, they have absolute supremacy on that, so I don't have a timeline. Again, this cantilever work has been scheduled for over 2 years. It's supposed to happen at the Highway 27 intersection soon. Unfortunately, it's just a very tough system to navigate, and not always most responsive organization. So it's something we are aware of. Everyone who's driven over that is aware of it. We are trying to get them to come back and at least raise it temporarily through whatever means they can. But it understandably frustrating for everyone.
I am, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, just one response, if you don't mind. I appreciate the fact that you're communicating or trying to at least communicate with CP Rail. I know that they're the boss, I guess, of this construction work. It would be nice for them to communicate with us a little bit more effectively about this project, because it is definitely affecting traffic on that road.
Yeah, well, I do, and I agree. I appreciate the signs, though, at least. It did stop my husband from deciding to go too fast over there when he saw the sign. I think I better slow down. I said, thanks. I didn't want to go through the roof. So thank you for that. That's good communication. Okay, no further questions. We have a motion from Councillor Daly. I will call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We are now going to be moving into a closed session for two issues for FOIP, and I would ask for a motion, please, to move into closed. Councillor Cummings.
Before I make the motion, if I can ask the CA who he wants in attendance? All present. All present, thank you. So I move that the council go into a closed session at 4:48 p.m. under FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, for both issues, I believe.
And also for the wastewater, Section 17, that's correct.
They're both under Section 17?
That's
though,
correct.
Right? Okay.
Very good. All those in favor? That's carried. I will now just read some information for our public that when council goes into a closed section, for continued participation in the virtual council meeting, please stay on the line in the live streaming platform, and the meeting stream will be replaced by graphic and music. When the music stops, the meeting will be reconvening back to regular council. If you choose to shut down your live stream, please watch the Town of Old social media feeds. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your patience, folks, and we have reconvened back to regular meeting now for our Rise and Report, and I'll call on Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council accept the report on the Water Commission for information.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? Thank you. And I will also call on Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor Dahl. I move that council accepts the report from the Wastewater Commission as information. Or for information.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ryan. I call for the vote. Those in favor? That is carried. And once again, thank you for your time and patience, and I adjourn the meeting at 5:27 p.m.